Hello, welcome. Great to see so many of you here. I am Professor James Bennett. I'm the Director of StoryFutures and leading the StoryTrails project. With me, I'm joined by the brilliant Kim Pontin from Nexus, who's going to talk about the opportunity to come and work with them as a placement, and our amazing producer, Grace Baird, who is going to talk to you about any questions regarding the placement process that StoryFutures runs. And driving our process today is Laura, who is going to start by providing a quick video overview of what StoryTrails is. Before this session really is about you guys asking questions to Kim and to Grace about the StoryTrails project to Kim and about Nexus to Kim. And if you're interested in placement questions, Grace will answer questions about how the placement process works. But let's kick off with a bit of a shiny video to explain the StoryTrails concept. Laura? I think there's a sound problem, Laura. Give it another. Give it another go. Otherwise, I've got it set up if we need. No, still not going through.
Not going through.
No worries. Pass it over. If I screen share mine, we'll start it from there.
StoryTrails will bring together augmented reality, new developments in 3D internet technology, and young creatives to shape one of the most ambitious people's history and archive projects ever undertaken. StoryTrails is a unique storytelling experience that will bring to life untold stories from the past, stories of belonging, and stories that will reanimate our public spaces, seeking to inspire a UK-wide conversation about who we are and where we're going. Town squares, local libraries, streets and cinemas will be transformed into virtual portals through which to explore stories of historical change in 15 locations across the UK in 2022, and of course through broadcast and digital. The StoryTrails creative team will work closely with communities in each of the towns to uncover unknown, surprising and intriguing stories from the past. Today, the StoryTrails team begins recruiting 50 paid people from the next generation of UK creative talent who will work closely with individuals and communities to unearth the hidden stories of each city and town. And you can find out more again on unboxed2022.uk. StoryTrails is led by StoryFutures Academy, the UK's National Centre for Immersive Storytelling, which is part of Royal Holloway University of London, and the National Film and Television School. It's delivered in partnership with the British Film Institute, broadcaster and filmmaker David Olashoga, Uplands Television, leading immersive specialist ISODESIGN and Nexus Studios, and like so much of our programme, the BBC. It will be brought to life in the Reading Agency's national network of libraries and by event-making specialist Produce UK.
Great, so that was Martin Green, the director of Unboxed, who are running the entire festival 2022 program next year, of which StoryTrails is one really exciting part. But the most exciting part about it is that we need you out there to help us make it. So really, the key part today is to say to get your questions answered. I'm going to hand over to Kim now to talk a little bit about the opportunity to work with Nexus, and then we'll look forward to your questions. Cheers, Kim.
Thanks, James. So hi, so I'm Kim Lee. I'm one of the creative directors at Nexus Studios. So we're a traditional animation studio, as well as doing a lot of work in interactive arts. We make stories for emerging tech and especially immersive. So we do a lot of work in augmented reality, virtual reality, machine learning, any new type of tech that's coming out, we use it to figure out how to tell new kinds of stories. Thank you, Grace. Thank you. So I was going to take you through a little bit about what we've got so far, just so that you can get your eyes on it, because I always find that visuals make more sense than chatting about it. So I'm going to show that, and hopefully it will be okay. That you seeing the 1,000 tabs that I've got open. Okay, so I'm just going to show you this. Take maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but I'll be as quick as possible so that we can get to the actual jobs. Oh, was that me?
No, it's not you. I think we'll check who's not muted and just make sure they are.
Okay. So so this is some of the stuff that we were talking about earlier in that video. What we're creating is a series of AR historical walking trails, and we're working with 15 new creative voices to tell these stories from communities underrepresented in mainstream history. We're trying to create this participatory storytelling experience for people. And essentially, we're creating these site-specific stories. We've got empathy design mechanics and participatory storytelling. That's a really hard sentence to say in the morning. It's easy to write, harder to say. And we've got a lot of machine learning treatment that's pretty exciting, where we're bringing 2D archive footage closer to the participants. This is our creative director of the whole piece, David Olashoga, and here we have this wonderful image showing what we're aspiring to do. We're creating these portals into history that you can use to access archive footage in new and exciting ways. So just before I get started, we've got a couple of glossary terms that I'll take you through so that it's not complete nonsense. We've got screen. Whenever I talk about screen space, I'm talking about the app itself. So we're accessing all of this work through a mobile phone, and that means there's a 2D app that you experience. We call that screen space. Then there's world space. So there's the AR trails that you create, and they live in the world, if you like. So they're when you're walking around in the world, they're 3D objects that are placed in space. There's spatialized sound, and we've created a kit of parts that that the storytellers will be able to use to create their trails. We've got empathy design mechanics, so that means the interaction mechanics that we've designed specifically to get the participants involved in the story. So when people experience the story, they can participate via hope notes, which is basically 3D text entry, and voice notes where they can leave a vocal response to the story. Then we've got some machine learning archive treatment. So that sounds quite fancy, and it is. We don't think it's ever been done before to this extent. So we've created a pipeline that allows us to spatialize 2D archive, and we're in the process of translating 2D cinematography grammar into these 3D spaces, and that's some really exciting work. So just to give you an example of the screen space stuff that I was talking about earlier. So this is what we've got so far with our app. We have designed a way of getting into story trails via a map, and you can see elements of the story before you decide to go on it. There's all the, there's a whole visual language that we've developed here around showing the different scenes that are in the story, as well as knowing when something is active or when it needs to be downloaded, how much time a trail is going to be taking, and where you're about to go on that trail. We've done a fair bit of work to make sure that you can transition from that 2D screen space into the world space in a clear way. So for instance, if you were to choose the red trail, then you'd go through the red portal, or the green trail, you'd go through the green portal, and I never want to say what colour that is because I'm never quite sure if it's indigo. Somebody's hoping it was violet, and I disagree. I think it might be indigo. But anyhow, that colour trail, if you click on that one, you'll go through that colour portal. So then once you are in the world space, and this is never a sentence I would normally say in public, but we have created a series of site-specific AR scenes on a VPS-anchored walking trail. VPS, I'm sorry that is in there. VPS means Visual Positioning System, and it is a piece of technology that we are using from augmented reality company Niantic, who are known for making Pokemon Go. It is a new piece of tech that we are using in order to create scenes in the world that can be stuck to a sort of a visual anchor in the real world. I wish I could explain it more clearly than that. It's as if when you walk around in the real world, the story trail creators will choose something in the real world to stick their virtual story to, and it will stay there. I think that's hopefully that makes some sense. Anyhow, there's a series of scenes that you can walk around on a trail, and inside each scene you'll get a set of moments that you can experience and interact with, and you can take your time doing that, and then off you go to the next scene. So that's basically how this works. We've come up with some design principles for each of the scenes. So simple things like not having stuff behind you when you first walk up to a scene. You know, everything, you sort of design it like a stage, like it's a theatre, and you have all of the objects creating some kind of dynamic line towards a vanishing point, rather than having things block you off. We'll create scenes that are visually inviting to experience. And this is a really early scan in black and white, where we've started to come up with ideas of, you can have 3D text, and you can have giant objects, and you can have virtual objects, and you can have archive photography of a place the way it used to look, sitting on top of the real space as it looks today. We've also started to work on these exciting things like taking the grading of a piece of archive footage and sort of reverse engineering what we're calling tone mapping into the scene. So we have some visual design language going on here around the typography, where we're using neon as a device to show whether something is active, whether an object is active and ready to interact with. And with all of our visual devices, we're using tone mapping to make sure that the whole scene sort of works together as a whole. It'll become a bit clearer in a second. We've come up with lots of different ways of achieving a sort of palette of tone maps that can work with different types of footage. And you can see that once you get into the scene, so the issue we had is that we've got 3D assets, we've got footage, we've got typography, and then we've got the camera feed of the real world. And we sort of need to be able to make it clear that when you're in a scene, you're in that historical world. So this tone mapping solution allows us to sort of make everything feel as if it's all part of the same world, as you can see here. We've also come up with a kit of parts for playing different archive material. So for audio, we've got a set of audio playback devices that are appropriate to each era. So say for the 50s, you'll have a record player, and for the 80s, you'll be able to play it out of a cassette tape deck. Same again with video playback. So we've got a set of TVs that we've created. They're all historically appropriate to each era. 70s TVs, 80s TVs, and then also projectors. So if you have a projector, if you have a large wall that is just crying out for a video to be played onto it, then you could potentially use a projector to play that onto the wall. Which leads me to our next exciting piece of work that we've been doing, which is using machine learning to take the 2D cinematography that has been used to, how can I say this? So the way cinematography has worked up until now is that you look at a 3D scene and you have to kind of compress all of that 3D-ness into a 2D frame. And you have to use the grammar of cinematography to still allude to the idea that there's this depth in the frame. And so what we're trying to do now is use machine learning to then pull out that depth again, because we think that it's a little bit over the top to just put a 2D video just on a wall or just put it hovering in space. When you're walking around in 3D in the real world, looking at something through your mobile phone, we don't think it's super satisfying just to then see a video hovering in space. We don't know what that adds to the scene. So what we want to do is bring the video closer to the participant, and we've been using machine learning to do this. So this is a piece of footage from the Notting Hill Carnival. It's getting stuck a little bit there. So Notting Hill Carnival 1976, there was a big uprising or riot that happens then, and you can see from this the way this 3D footage has been extracted. And major caveat is that we haven't done any treatment on this yet. This is there's no grading, or there's no visual effects that have been done there. We've just stretched the pixels and that's it. So it'll look a lot better than this in the end. But you can really see the depth in this scene now. That man walking across looks really alone in that square, and the way the police are lined up there, it looks like you can see how intimidating it would have been with that sort of military formation, and the number of people that have been packed in to that scene in the background right there. You get more of a sense of that from this footage because it's been brought out in 3D. And if you can imagine experiencing this in the actual space where the footage was shot, or a spatial location that's relevant to this particular footage, you can see how it starts to get, it could be very powerful, I think, as a tool. So we are starting to do some of that. We are also looking at ways of pulling out photographic archives, so a giant film canister with lots of photographic archive, and potentially ways again of using machine learning to give depth to those sorts of shop fronts or anything that you want to place in the scene. It's early days, but it's still pretty exciting. Oh, and I should say, yeah, so also ways of showing things from books, which I'll get into a little bit later with the role that we're looking for. Empathy design. So this is what I was talking about earlier, where participants can get involved in the story or interact with the story. For instance, you'll have a moment in a scene where you could encounter a giant typewriter in front of you, and perhaps you get asked a question like, send a note of encouragement to yourself in the future. As you start typing on that typewriter, the words sort of come up out of the typewriter, and they flicker, they kind of get sent off out into the ether, out into the future. And then later on in the scene, in the story, there could be a moment where you get to experience everybody's notes, encouraging notes that they wrote to themselves. So you see yourself, your own note in the middle, and then as you walk around the scene in 3D, you could see everybody else's notes all lining up around you, so that you realise that your hope for the future is part of everybody else's hopes in the scene. Our storytellers can use this mechanic in any way that they want, but certainly it helps us to see ourselves as part of a community, we think. Then there is this other mechanic we've designed, which is voice notes. So this would be the idea that you could have a giant radio that you could attach a question to. So is there anyone else? Is there anyone in your life that you think of as a natural leader, or depending what's appropriate to the story? I think in our trial story we had, have you ever stood up for anyone, or has anyone ever stood up for you? And as you turn that dial, you can hear different people's responses, sort of so you get an idea of what you're meant to do. And then you get to leave your own note with your voice in order to use your voice and use your body to get involved in that story. And that is where we are at with all of that. I'm going to stop sharing now and talk about the two roles that we are looking for at the moment. So, sorry, where is it? Where's my screen gone? I don't know why I have to go into an Australian accent in order to say where's my screen, but I do. Oh, I know what it is. It's because I didn't press escape. Oh dear. Tech company. Can't remember to press escape. It's all right. I'm back in the room. I'm here. Okay, so what are we looking for? We are looking for 2 roles to fill at Nexus Studios. One of them is a graphic or digital designer role. And for that, we'd be hoping for, well, we would need experience with Photoshop and ideally experience with After Effects as well, and potentially experience with designing UI, because we've got, as we showed, the screen space stuff, as well as elements like that. I don't know if you remember there was the book where pages could sort of fly out of the book, and you could maybe have a look at, as a participant, you could have a look at some of those pages. It'd be really cool if we could, again, add value to some of that, some of those scanned pages. And After Effects would be a great way of maybe animating some of those pages. You know, I mean, we've only made one test trail so far, but often some of the artifacts, they're quite, they're really informative, but, you know, they might be a little bit boring to look at. I'm just going to say it. So we thought, you know, potentially you could make it a bit more engaging if we could have some sort of animated loops or something just to draw participants in a little more, to help them engage with the story a little better. So there's that role. And then there's also a real-time 3D generalist. And so by real-time, we mean experience working in game engines and the exciting yet definitely different, understanding of the 3D pipeline that requires. So, PBR pipeline for Unity. So knowledge of lighting and animation techniques for working in a game engine, and also create the ability to create 3D assets and follow an in-house art style for use in that game engine. So it would have to be stuff that can work as a low poly asset and all of those fun things. So yeah, they're the 2 roles. It would be great to chat to anybody who has any questions.
Thank you so much, Kimlee. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the spotlight from you just so that we can see other people as well. Do we have a question here in the chat? Not yet. So does anybody have any questions specifically around the 2 roles that Nexus are looking here, or perhaps anything a bit more generally? No, you've explained it really well, Kimlee. I think that's the thing. So not sure if everyone is here specifically. Richard. Hi, Richard's just asked what the application process is. So we, Laura, if you could put a link in the chat, please. We have applications. Thank you very much. Thanks, Ikra. Are available there, and we've got this FAQ sheet. I'm not sure, I'm just going to drop it in as PDF because I don't think that worked. Oh, wrong button. Let's try dropping that in again. Oh, there we go. Ikra also added it in. So we have the FAQ sheet there. So yeah, if you click on the link, you'll see that there are a number of roles that we're recruiting for this process, and we will be applications close Monday the 22nd at 5 p.m. So you have to scroll down the page to the role for the Nexus Studio ones, and you can apply there. TA, or was that Tam? I can't quite see. Did you want to, Tam, where are you? Would you like to unmute and ask your own question?
Oh, sure, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that was an awesome chat, Kimberly. Thank you so much. I was just wondering, I don't know if it's like a percentage or a general ballpark, but how much of the design kit and the assets have already been kind of decided by the group versus how many will be just, created by the people coming in to do the designing and things like that, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, totally. That's a really good question. So the design kit of parts that I showed just now, they're really ways of playing archive footage. So ways of playing video archive or audio archive. They're just playback devices really. Whereas there'll also be a need for 3D assets that can tell the story using 3D things that live in the environment, and none of that's been decided because none of it's been written yet, because we haven't got the story trail makers through yet. So each of the story trail creators, they'll come up with their own stories. All of those will need I guess you could make one without including any other 3D assets, but I imagine they'll want to create some of their own new assets there. So yeah, all of it.
Okay, so just like completely off the top of my head, but I remember being in kind of South London one time, and I think somebody literally had like a tank in their back garden. I think it's a well-known site in London or something. But so, for example, if somebody came up with a story trail that involved that tank, then possibly building out that tank in 3D and finding ways of interacting, would that be like one of the examples of this kind of job?
Yeah, that's right. Yep, that's exactly it.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Tam. Keith, you have a question. Would you like to ask?
Are we working with the BBC if selected?
There is BBC archive, so you wouldn't be, when you mean working with the BBC, it's the BBC are a partner, and there'd be use of BBC archive footage, but yeah, that would be how you'd be working with them.
And the BFI and film, and from when?
Exactly. Yes, so the BFI are the other partner for archive footage, so it's both BBC.
Any film released in Britain from which date to which date?
Sorry, say that again.
Any film released in Britain from when to when?
So I think
Is
rather
that all
than
working with films from the BFI archive?
So I think it would be the use of archive material, so not necessarily like full features or anything like that, but we would be using archive material from BBC and BFI.
Like Pathé News and stuff like that?
It would be kind of like that, yeah, in that it's that sort of archive material, but not Pathé, as they're a different entity.
No. Thank you very much.
Does anybody else have any questions about the role particularly? So this, just to recap for anyone who's just come in, this is focusing particularly on the two Nexus role, which is a digital designer and a 3D generalist. We will be talking about other roles later on in the day if those are the ones you're interested in. Sasu, Sasu, have you got a question? Would you like to unmute and ask a question?
Yes, hi. Yeah, I've got a question about the digital designer role. Thank you, Kim, for the presentation. It's really insightful. I had a question about the job description. If you could give some more specifics about what else the digital designer would be doing in addition to working in After Effects and Photoshop to create artwork, and think of ways to make the content more engaging. Are there any more specific details? Because there isn't much information on the website.
It would really be, I mean, it would be that is what the role would be. So it would be designing and compositing artwork for the mobile app that I showed earlier, and then any extra assets that needed. Processing to make them work within the world space as well. So the more creative side would be if any animation could be done, then that would be a really fun bit to do. But there'd also be a lot of, I imagine, making sure that everything works for the particular asset sizes that we need, and making sure it displays properly and that it's been saved out in the right way. So it would be a little bit not super technical, but there'd need to be some attention to detail about specific aspect ratios and potentially codecs for video formats and that kind of thing. But it would all be something that we could take you through once we're clearer on exactly what kind of person we end up getting and what their strengths are and what they want to learn as well.
Thank you for that. I don't know if I could ask another question, because
Sure.
what you mentioned about taking the person through what some specifics and some training. The roles are advertised as being directed at people with 3 years of professional experience, and I was wondering if that was a definite thing that you require, or if you would be open to people who have like some education and some experience in different industries, but not specifically in design. So for example, I have some web design experience, but it's still very like beginner level, and I'm keen to develop that, but I was just wondering if you would still be open to applications from people who don't have all of the professional experience.
Yeah, sure. I mean, especially if you have a portfolio that, even if it's personal work or where you can demonstrate some of the stuff that you're interested in working in, that always helps. That's the great thing about design, is you can come up with your own speculative work, can't you, and figure out if you enjoy doing it and all of that. So I'd advise putting that into your portfolio, and I think we'd be open.
Thank you. And just out of curiosity, my final question, when you're interacting using the app, is there like an additional device, like when you're walking around? I'm just thinking from the user experience point of view, what other devices are going to be involved in their experience of these stories and these worlds besides the app? Are there glasses or?
No, it's all mobile based.
It's all mobile. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasu. Tracy has a question. Tracy, did you want to ask, or I could read it out?
Hi, I'm sorry, multitasking then. Asks the Northerner, Mancunian Salford based. Obviously the train's great and everything, but is it like full time in London for the entirety, or how do you see that panning out?
I don't know whether we've properly discussed this yet. I mean, we're all working remotely at the moment, so there is and certainly the projects will be set up for the trail makers to be working remotely. So there's certainly a case for it. It wouldn't be impossible. Yeah.
Well, I think a bit of my asking, let's do the face as well. Hello world. A little bit my asking as well is like the whole bit about a placement is actually quite good to observe what you guys are doing in the space. Do you know what I mean? It's not just like applying for a job. I think it's, it's a bit of like, what can, gain as well in that sense. That was the reason for my question.
Yeah. I think, and I'm making this up on the spot here, so I don't know if this is the right thing to say or not, but okay, look, we're all working remotely, but we're meant to be going in a couple of times a week at the moment, 2 days a week. The reason we've started going in 2 days a week is because working from home all the time, you kind of miss some of that culture of the random chats and a lot of that in a creative studio. It's really helpful just to observe what's going on and soak up what's happening outside of calls like this, because calls like this are great for work, but they're for work only. You know, it's like, it's very task oriented and it's an agenda, and you talk about the thing that you're meant to talk about. And sometimes with creative, a lot happens outside of that, just where it's just random people just bouncing ideas around because you met in the kitchen. And so I don't want to say, no, it has to be in London, because that feels like it's excluding people, which isn't helpful either. Maybe depending on who it ends up being, there could be some, we'd discuss it. We'd discuss it. If you wanted to come in at some point, then we'd arrange that. And then if it wasn't helpful to come in all the time, then I'm sure that could be accommodated too. We'd work it out around the people involved, I think.
I think it's also worth noting that there are periods of training as well. So that will be an opportunity to bring everyone involved in the project together as a cohort, so that you don't feel like you're working in isolation. So thank you for that question, Tracy. Keith, did you have another question?
I did. I've got a holiday booked. If I was selected, I've got a holiday booked from the 1st of April, 64th birthday, would you believe, to the 13th of April next year. Would that affect, if I was selected, would that affect my, the training, or if there's anything scheduled for those sort of dates? I'm away for nearly 2 weeks, all but a day. So would that have any bearing on anything?
So just checking the dates of the training.
I was going to just say, Grace, the dates of the training are the 22nd of Feb to the 25th of Feb, and the 1st of March to the 4th of March in person. So if you say it's April, that won't affect it. But obviously, Kim Lee, if there's anything in terms of starting, I think it would be case by case, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know exactly what we've got scheduled for April, but people take holidays.
You're flexible, basically.
We're not. I mean, people have to take holidays. This is life.
True.
Unless it's like, I mean, I'm not looking at the schedule right now, but there's got to be a way of making sure the stuff is done without stopping people from having their life.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else have any other questions or thoughts they wanted to raise? Oh, Keith, did you have another question?
I did. Where do we come for the training if selected?
So there will be part of the training will be remote, so it will be online via Zoom, and then in-person training is most likely to happen at Royal Holloway, University London, which is based in Egham. All of that information will be confirmed and provided as soon as possible after selection.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, one quick question, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Richard.
So assuming whoever's selected will be doing some of their work from home, so it's a question about computing power, basically. I mean, my PC and my laptop can handle the Adobe Creative Suite, so I'm assuming that's enough computing power.
Is that for which role was that for? Was that for the digital designer role, or the?
Yes.
Yeah, if it can handle Creative Suite, that would be fine.
Okay, just checking. You're starting to creak due to age. Well, it's 5 years old, but with computing and that, 5 years is very old. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, so I think as long as, particularly for the digital designer, as long as you're able to run the Adobe Suite, if you are looking at the 3D designer role, you would need to, first of all, have experience with game engines. Kimberly, what would to put you on the spot here, would there be the option of loaning kits for game engine work?
I have to check what Nexus have agreed. I'm sure something could. I don't know.
We would work it out. We wouldn't let you just sit there without a computer. And obviously, there's accessibility to kit and things like that. So that's something that would be good to know, particularly at interview stage. But it shouldn't impact you actually putting in an application. It's about your skills rather than your access to equipment. Let me just scroll back up. Tracy asked when we would find out. I believe for these roles, Kimberly, do you know when you're looking to interview?
No.
I feel like it's in the new year. Laura, is that right?
Yeah, it's been it's been changing, but it's decided it's going to be in the new year just because between now and Christmas. Obviously the call out finishes on the 22nd of November, so next week, and then obviously decisions and selection process will start after that in the individual partners like Kimberly for Nexus.
Thank you. Mimi, did you want to unmute and ask a question?
Yeah, hello. I mean, I've put it in the chat. I personally am a bit underqualified because I'm kind of in the process of trying to transition into this industry from the music industry. So I was just wondering, I mean, I'm teaching myself Unity and I've got very little experience with, working with creating 3D assets and stuff. But do you have any more kind of general advice, if that's an appropriate question to ask for anyone trying to enter the industry?
I mean, you're doing the right thing, it sounds like. If you can learn Unity, there's so many free tutorials on YouTube and everything. I think that's what's so great about learning a game engine, is that you can learn it by yourself for free. I would suggest making something in it. So sometimes this might be obvious or maybe it's not, but sometimes just doing tutorials can be a little bit abstract, and it's hard to really learn it unless you're making something that you want to make. So I would suggest coming up with a project for yourself and making something, and then also 3D, so learning even Blender's free, so learning that. There's a lot in the Creative Suite as well. I know that costs more, but there's a lot that can be done with the Adobe Creative Suite. I would stick to Blender and Unity if it were really early days, just to see what you could do there. Any animation or learning about, you don't even have to learn about character design or anything like that, but I guess there's potentially two streams. There's almost like world building, so creating environments and objects and that kind of thing. And then there's character design, so creating characters and learning about rigging and whether there's body motion capture or facial motion capture. That's not something necessarily we're doing for this project, but if you were generally going into this world, I mean, I would suggest that. There's also, you can do a lot of augmented reality work using Snap, so Snap Camera, Lens Studio. You can do all of that stuff for free, and that's essentially learning about facial blend shapes and that kind of thing. If you're interested in character design or anything like that, then there's a lot that you can learn there for free.
And I would also say, if you don't already, then subscribe to the StoryFutures Academy newsletter and follow us on social. We often have a lot of boot camps and training and things like that that could help you. Thank you, Mimi. Jay and Kat both have essentially the same question, so I am going to read that out. Kimberly, is this work in Unity or Unreal or a different game engine? Is there a preference to someone having one over the other?
It's all in Unreal. Sorry, the opposite. It's all in Unity. None of it's in Unreal. However, if you knew how to use Unreal, then you'd probably be able to switch to Unity fairly quickly. So I wouldn't say don't disqualify yourself if you're like an Unreal expert. You are a rare breed. So yeah, we work in Unity, but please apply in any case.
Super. Keith, you have your hand up. I wasn't sure if you had another question or whether that was a hangover. No, maybe not. Okay, I'm just going to lower that. You can raise it again if needs be. Anybody have any other questions? No, Kim Lee, you've explained it all so well. Thank you. Laura, if you, that's a clap. I thought that was a raised hand. Laura, if you could just reshare the link to the application. So just to recap, we've been talking to Kim Lee from Nexus Studios, and they're looking for a digital designer with particularly experience in After Effects and the Adobe suite, and some UI design experience would also be really useful. And they are also looking for a 3D generalist with Unity, but also Unreal experience is very transferable to create 3D assets. The deadline for the applications is the 22nd, which is Monday at 5 p.m. and we will be informing successful candidates in the very early in the new year. We have got we're running this webinar all day because we have a number of roles that we are looking for. So coming up next, we will be talking to Damien, or actually I think it's going to be Will from ISODESIGN. They are based up in Glasgow, and they are also looking for some 3D modelers and a digital content coordinator. So I think I'm just going to put one more call out to questions if anybody has any questions. Also, there are you can drop us a line. Laura, have you got the StoryFutures email address that you could just pop in there just in case anyone thinks of any other questions once they leave? Thank you. So yeah, I think we'll just give it another minute, see if anyone's got any other questions. If nothing else comes through, what we will probably do is put everyone back into the waiting room, and then those who would like to come to the next session, we'll let you back in a moment. We'll just give a minute to pop some links in the chat. There's our email. So yeah, if you have any other questions or anything else you'd like to just put out there. No, in that case, I want to say thank you so much, Kim Lee. You've done an amazing job to introduce us to the project, and especially what Nexus is going to be doing and has already done. It looks absolutely awesome. And thank you all for attending. I hope that you found this interesting and useful. We would love to see applications from you. And as I say, the deadline is next Monday at 5 p.m. So please get your applications in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Lee, we'll let you get on with your day, and we will let you know if anyone comes back with any other questions. Otherwise, we will start popping you into the waiting room. But, you know, as I say, please feel free to stick around if you'd like to hear a bit more about some of the other roles that we have coming up.
Thanks, Grace. Thanks, Laura. Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Oh, hi. Thank you, everybody, for joining. My name is Rebecca. I'm the Talent and Inclusion Manager at StoryFutures, and I'm looking after all the recruitment for the StoryTrails scheme. So I'm going to play you a little video, or Laura, are you going to play this video?
Yeah, sure.
Which is going to give an overview of the scheme, and then I'm going to tell you a little bit about the different opportunities, and then we're going to dive in to the specifics of the opportunities available to work with ISO. Sound is a bit weird, Laura.
Can you not hear?
I've got it downloaded. If I play it, should I just start playing it?
If you start playing it, yeah. Can you share your screen?
Can you see my screen now? Hold on, do I need to request to share? Yeah, can you see?
Yeah.
StoryTrails will bring together augmented reality, new developments in 3D internet technology, and young creatives to shape one of the most ambitious people's history and archive projects ever undertaken. StoryTrails is a unique storytelling experience that will bring to life untold stories from the past, stories of belonging, and stories that will reanimate our public spaces, seeking to inspire a UK-wide conversation about who we are and where we're going. Town squares, local libraries, streets and cinemas will be transformed into virtual portals through which to explore stories of historical change in 15 locations across the UK in 2022, and of course, through broadcast and digitally. The StoryTrails creative team will work closely with communities in each of the towns to uncover unknown, surprising and intriguing stories from the past. Today, the StoryTrails team begins recruiting 50 paid people from the next generation of UK creative talent who will work closely with individuals and communities to unearth the hidden stories of each city and town. And you can find out more again on unboxed2022.uk. StoryTrails is led by StoryFutures Academy, the UK's National Centre for Immersive Storytelling, which is part of Royal Holloway, University of London, and the National Film and Television School. It's delivered in partnership with the British Film Institute, broadcaster and filmmaker David Olusoga, Uplands Television, and leading immersive specialist ISODESIGN and Nexus Studios, and like so much of our programme, the BBC. It will be brought to life in the Reading Agency's national network of libraries and by event-making specialist Produce UK.
Okay, so that was the snazzy video that was played at the big press launch. So we are one of 10 projects that were chosen. There was 300 projects across the UK that applied to be part of what is now called Unboxed, which is going to be the sort of the biggest creative and arts event happening next year. And we are recruiting 50 creatives. So we've got 30 people on an application call, which is just closed now, who are going to be producers working on the ground to tell stories of people who live there using archive and scanning technology. And we're going to be creating 2 outputs. So one output is an AR trail. So it's like a history sort of narrative story, and you use your phone and it's interactive. And that's quite archive based. Then we've got another project, which I personally think is the more exciting project. It is looking much more critically at what is missing from archive, what stories do we not tell? And it's using the new scanning technology on the new iPhones, which is called a LiDAR scanner. And it's where you can take a 3D scan of somebody. So working with ISO as our technical delivery partner, the other output we're going to be creating is a sort of immersive interactive map. So the producers on the ground in the 15 locations are going to be interviewing people and scanning people and places to create narratives and stories which might be missing from traditional archive. And so what the 2 roles that we're talking about in this session are, it's to work with ISO and their team to be processing and dealing with all of the assets that come in from the producers on the ground to then turn it into this kind of amazing interactive map. So I'm going to actually hand over now to Clyde, who's joining us from Glasgow, and he is going to tell us a little bit about what ISO do and what the 2 roles are that they are looking to recruit for.
Hi there, hope you can all hear me. So I don't know how much you know about ISO, but we've been running for about 20 odd years now. We kicked off mostly in the television industry, and then slowly we got into sort of more heritage and visitor attraction and graphics and animated media. So we've been working across most of that for about 15 years now. And we kind of specialize in a lot of installation, museum work, video mapping, large scale filmmaking. It's a real mixed bag of stuff. And I think in this case, again, this is a new process for us because we haven't done a big project like this using new technologies. But there's two opportunities. There's a digital content manager. Now that would be dealing with all this new scan work that'll be coming from different 16 cities, I think it is. And then from all that, we're going to build a sort of virtual city of each location. And then inserting into that, we're going to have about 50 stories in each city that we're building. So there's a big bit of world building, putting together the map, and then there's a lot of obviously digital asset management, getting it all together, building the thing. It's not a representation of the cities we're building, it's more of an imagined space that we're sampling the city and building our own stories. The second opportunity is for a real-time 3D and 3D artist. So some of this is in real time and some of it will be in Cinema 4D. So there's an opportunity if you know Unity and you're experienced in that area, and also in Cinema 4D. So we'd be looking for experience using a wide range of 3D assets, experience in optimizing 3D assets, prepping 3D assets, ability to balance quality and visual and real-time performance. We need to be organized, be able to manage the production process, experience in 3D modeling, UV mapping, texturing. So it's really kind of a generalist post for the second post. Don't know if that's enough information.
Yeah, the way that we kind of wanted to run this session was really just make it like an informal chat, and people can just ask questions about what the roles are, what level of experience you need. We're really interested in helping people who maybe have got digital skills but want to perhaps transition into doing more interactive things. So we're really happy to hear from people who've maybe got some skills but not the exact skills, and this is the time to ask about that.
And I'm sorry, the only thing I would add is I think with a project of this scale and the amount of media that we're going to be handling, I think there will be a case of having to be in Glasgow at some point during this process, whether it's on a weekly basis or, but I think because of the sort of amount of asset management we've got and different things happening, we would need to be based mainly in the studio in Glasgow.
Yeah, well, and just to add to that, so when I was putting together these placements, ISO have been, so we're working with a few different partners, and obviously some people work more remotely than others. From the perspective of somebody who wants a learning opportunity, the more time you can spend with the company, the better. This is not work experience. We do not want to send you a list of tasks to do. What we really want is for you to have exposure in the company, understand how people communicate to each other, and understand not just how to press the buttons, but what the work processes are. So I will say, of all of the partners, I do think the placements with ISO are the closest to being like how you would formally call like a traineeship, like you really will be able to absorb. So if you could be based in Glasgow for them, I think it would be highly advantageous to you, but you won't be disqualified if you can't. But yeah, you will need to be there for some of them. Okay, we're going to open up for questions. So do people just want to, Laura, should we just invite people to ask themselves?
Yeah, just I know I can recognize some of you in the last chat with Nexus. So if you want to just put your questions, as I say, in the chat, or if you want to raise your hand or speak and ask your question to Clyde or Rebecca, that would be really helpful because it's quite a small audience of you. So anyone got any questions?
Can I ask a question? Just
Yeah, sure, Fabio, go ahead.
Maybe the technical equipment that we might use. So is that provided or is it something that we need to own? Because I'm familiar with everything from LiDAR scans used in iPhones, or there's other, you can use tablets as well with other accessories. Is that something that we will have access through you guys, or we need to own the equipment?
If we have access to the equipment.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's all in the studio, you know, and so we've got different scan teams out around the whole country that will be collecting all this stuff for us. It'll then be pushed up to us, and then we'll be formatting and building it all. But we've got all the everything set up in the studio that we need. So there'll be a team of, I would reckon, about 5 or 6 on this full time, with its own producer, a couple of lead designers. I'll be the creative director. So there's a team there already and all the equipment's there. So yeah, it's really just ready to go.
Interesting. Okay. So, and my second question is, I saw that there was 2 roles for applying to this project. And one, now I understand it's more location based, which closed up yesterday, the deadline. Is that right? And this, the one that is closing on the 22nd, is that the one that involves more work at ISO, or am I wrong?
I will answer that. Yeah. So remember I said we're recruiting 50 people, yeah?
Yeah.
So 10 of them are working in VR companies, and that's closed now. Then we recruited 30 people to be producers on the ground. It's like a production-based role where you're working on location. That closed yesterday. We had over 400 people apply for that. So it's too late to apply for that now. So the last placement, the last sort of strand we have open is to actually work with the companies. So rather than being a sort of creative practitioner working by yourself in the field, it's working with ISO. But there are 2 roles within ISO that you can apply for. I think, there's a sort of a digital coordinator, which is asset management. And then there's did you call it a 3D generalist? I can't remember.
Yeah, a bit more of a creative role, a creative post. Yeah.
But they're both stationary, as in you're not going to have to like wake up and be on the road and talking to different people every day. You'll be in a project management system, processing and creating.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Just looking at the chat. Deborah Stone, you've put, is there any financial support available to travel to and stay in Glasgow? I'm just reading through the FAQs, Rebecca.
Yeah, so we don't want to, we don't want this to be decided purely on location. And we think it's really important that you get access for the companies. So a lot of the roles are in London. And so I've said for all of the placements, I want at least 3 touch points where you've got a couple of days at the beginning, the middle and the end. So if you are not in Glasgow, we will help support for you to go and touch in with the company at 3 points. However, I would say with this role, often with the roles in London, it's very difficult for people because the cost of living in London is so expensive. And I would say with this role, if you don't want to move to Glasgow, totally apply and you touch in. But ISO have offered such hospitality in terms of wanting to really upskill people. I think it would be quite a good opportunity to actually consider locating there for the project, because this placement in particular is slightly longer and there is a chance to work closely with the company, but you do not have to be there, and your application will not be judged in any way by where you are situated. And just to answer about the training, so we have training which is happening at the end of February and March. That training is for everybody on the cohort, and it covers what is immersive technology, how do you do scanning. It also covers archive, how do you clear archive and archive rights, and it also clears up things such as history and how we're approaching history. So we have training available, which is in the end of February remotely and then the beginning of March. We would love for you to attend that, and that costs for that will be covered separately by us. When it's in person, we'll pay for your travel, pay for your food, and pay for your accommodation. And the thing that's nice about that is it will be a chance to touch in with the wider cohort. We're obviously working in an emerging area of media, interactive, immersive media. Everything is moving towards creating 3D objects. So it's quite a nice social touch point to create a network for future learning and sharing opportunities.
Just to pick up on what Jay's saying here, the project output. So there's two main outputs to what we're doing. There's the main output is a very large 180-degree immersive screen that's going to have a different film for each city that it goes around. It'll be touring the country, so you'll be able to stand inside that and see the cities that we're building on a very large, high-resolution 4 or 5K screen. And then the second output is a more interactive version, which is the different maps that you can go and explore on touch screens and explore the cities and get into more stories. So that's the main two outputs of the project. They'll be touring the country as the final show. What else we got here? Could Clyde talk a little about the team culture at ISO? So yeah, we're a studio of about 16 people, and we actually got a good social scene. We do all sorts of events in the studio. We've got a large space in the basement that we do film screenings, we do talks by different creatives, and we do art shows, we do exhibitions, and we also, we'll like a pint on a Friday night as well. But yeah, no, there's a good ethos in here, and it's great as well. Just after all the shutdowns, most people are back in the studio now, and it's we're all enjoying being back working in the same space. There's also, we give people, there's a bit of space in the office that people do their own projects and develop their own work. So we've got really, quite a strong ethos on team culture.
Any other questions from anyone? Or anyone want to speak? Thank you, Tam.
Yes, could I
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Khaled.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I'll just put a picture up. What kind of experience you're looking for the asset manager?
I think it's just well, you need to have a bit of technical ability. So it'll be not only sort of going through and formatting and looking after these hundreds and hundreds of scans we're going to get into the building, but you probably need to have a bit of experience in 3D model assets. So it'll be opening up the models, reformatting them, and saving them down into a workflow. So it's really quite a general. I think there needs to be good organizational skills, but also you need a wee bit of technical, I would say. And I mean, it's not something that you can't learn. We have people here that do that already that you'd be shadowing to get started. But yeah, I think there's a bit of technical there as well as organizational skills.
Thanks.
Great. Anyone else for any questions for Clyde just before he goes, and then we'll do some more Q&A till 12:30. No? Just seeing if there's any raised hands.
I just wanted to make a point also. Obviously, Nexus and ISO are two technical delivery partners. You can apply for multiple places on this scheme. They've both got, for example, a role going for a 3D generalist, and your application will be assessed sort of separately. So I just wanted to point that out. You don't have to just do one. They're quite different. I mean, I really think with this, like, that was really great to hear about, like, the company culture. And in some ways, I think the partner placement schemes are they're so different to the producer ones. The producer ones, you're really out by yourself. And although it sounds very exciting, it's quite hard and it's quite about learning to do something. Whereas these placements are really about developing you professionally and helping you to talk and engage and interact and develop your career. So even if you're doing the same role, two companies have got very different company cultures. And I would recommend applying to both and looking a little bit more into both of the companies to understand what they're like.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add to that. I think the other thing that you will find if you're in the studio, you'll get a good understanding of what's going through a studio at the moment. We've got, 7 or 8 big projects running all at the same time. And I think that's really important as well. If you come into somewhere like this, that you start seeing, the wider view of what we do, the sort of range of work from filming, live action, to post-production, to animation. You'll get a good flavour of that if you're, up here and in the studio.
Great, thanks, Clyde. Ilona on the chat's asked when the placement with ISO will start. I mean, on the FAQs, the placement opportunity runs from Jan 2022 to July 2022, but I don't think there's any. Is there any specific dates being sessions?
Just to add to that, I mean, we're trying not to be too prescriptive. The ISO placements run slightly longer than other placements, and it could start in Jan, and then that training's in the middle. Yeah, that's what we'd planned for, and that's because ISO, as I said, really wanted to take an approach where they were offering more of a long-term sort of internship. But I mean, if you can't start right at the beginning of January, there is a little bit of flexibility. So we can kind of work around individual circumstances.
Great. Tammy, you ask, is the majority of the content manager be organisation rather than creative? I'm happy if you want to voice your question, or Clyde, if you want to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a large part of it is organisational, just to keep track of everything, but there will be a bit of creative as well in there. I think once we get into it, you'll see the opportunities. There will be a chance to be a bit more creative, but there is a lot of organisation just to get on top of the whole project. We'll have another project manager on it, and we will have a head of production. So there's plenty of support. But yeah, no, I guess there will be some, and there will be opportunities to learn some of that as well, going forward. So when we started our pilot, Eloise, who was the junior on it, she was building some of the cityscapes as well. So that I think everyone will get involved in lots of different aspects of the project.
Great. Okay, well, there's no other questions in the chat. Any other quick questions for Clyde? No? Okay, great. Well, Clyde, you're going offline now, so Clyde's got to go. So myself and Rebecca will stay on if there's any other Q&A quickly in regards to ISO or any general questions. And if not, we'll start the next session at 12:30. But thank you, Clyde.
Okay, thanks very much. Great meeting everyone. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I think we might wrap this meeting up fairly soon, but we're very happy to answer any outstanding questions. So if anyone does have a question, please put it in the chat and or raise your hand. I think we've gone through it. I think we've gone through most of it. The training is not 100% compulsory, but it is a really nice thing to do for networking, and it's funded. So is there any other questions that people have got? You can always email in as well. Can you put the email in the chat, Laura? So we have we've got a account which is StoryTrails@storifutures.rhul.ac.uk. And if you've got any questions about individual specific circumstances or specific roles, we can answer. But I think what we might do.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll put everyone back in the waiting room. I can see familiar names in this chat as next. So we'll put you back in the waiting room, and then the next session will start at 12:30. Just getting it up. I understand that's with
Amanda, I think.
Yes.
Story editing.
Yes. So if you want to join that, we'll just put you in the waiting room and we'll put a holding slot up, and join us back at 12:30.
Hello, welcome back. We'll just give everyone a second just to connect their audio. And I think we've got most people back in the room. Thank you so much for joining us or for rejoining us as we continue to have a chat about all of the excellent roles we've got available for StoryTrails. We now have with us Amanda Murphy, who is the Senior Exec Producer here at StoryFutures Academy and is also working on StoryTrails. So I'm going to hand over to Amanda, who is going to be introducing the script editor roles that we have available at StoryFutures Academy. Thanks, Amanda.
Brilliant. Thanks, Grace. And thanks, Laura and Ikra as well for organising everything. Nice to meet you all. Sorry to meet you all on Zoom. I'm going to wave and say hello to all those little faces in different boxes around the country. Thanks for being interested in our script editor role. I was going to check with Grace. Grace, has everyone here been told a bit about the overall project, StoryTrails and Unboxed generally from other briefings this morning?
We have some people who were here since the morning, but I think there will be some people who have just joined us. So if you could give us a brief overview, that would be great. I'll also drop a link in the chat to the StoryTrails website.
Cool. Okay, thanks, Grace. Yeah, so I'll try and do it relatively quickly for those who've already heard a bit about the project, then you can hopefully get a slightly different perspective and it'll be interesting enough, and those who haven't get a bit about it. So StoryTrails is the name of our national project. It's not a regional project, it's a national project. We're UK wide. And the whole idea really of our project StoryTrails is to bring to life stories in 3 dimensions. We've got all these different 3D outputs of our stories. It's part of a wider project called Unboxed, led by Martin Green. And Martin Green is the guy behind quite a few Cities of Culture. He did Whole City of Culture. He was also the guy behind the Olympic opening ceremony. So really creative, quite a liberal artisty sort of guy who picked up what was once, you might have read about it, once called Festival 22, had a bit of a smell around it because people were worried it was the Brexit festival, and he was really clear that actually he was only interested in running this project because it was democratic, open to all people to apply, was about getting freelancers back working, creative freelancers, and particularly his mission to bring creativity into everything. He's massively supportive of the idea of breaking down silos of science and the arts and actually promoting creativity by bringing folks together. So very much it fitted with the kind of mission and values I guess we have. So StoryTrails, our project, grew really out of a bit of what we do at StoryFutures Academy and StoryFutures, which is to try to create entry points to elevate people to come over from traditional industries, whether it's film, telly, games, the sort of screen industries, come on over, learn new skills, new storytelling skills in immersive. So that might be virtual reality skills, augmented reality skills, anything that's got reality at the end, as sort of XR skills. And we provide lots of free training and lots of free placements and opportunities for folks to come and sort of apply those skills and add new strings to their bow. That's what we do. And so when we developed our StoryTrails project, we were very much going, what can we do that will allow new folks to come into this? We wanted to tap into allowing new and diverse creatives to come and be a part of it. So along with our mission to train folks and bring new folks into this, we're also, because we've got partners involved, following the mission very much of David Olusoga, who's our creative lead, to try to ensure there is career progression for lots of people involved in the project, but more than anything, to also look at contested histories, to look at marginalized stories and how we can make those more mainstream. And because we have archive very much at the heart of the project, we're also trying to bring history to life, to put archive in the places where history happened and to create stories that enable people to live where their history sort of happened. So out of all of our work outputs that we're doing, there are 4 key outputs, and we're really looking for the script editors to work on one of them. But those 4 are, there's a film, which might have a TV series off the back of it. One of our partners, Uplands Television, are very much making the film with the BFI. There is a physical augmented reality aspect, which will be based at all the libraries in we've got 15 locations around the country, and we're sort of basing ourselves around libraries. The Reading Agency are another partner, and they've helped us connect to local communities and given us libraries as a base for where we'll have quite a lot of our lovely 3D work. So these physical AR, they're going to be like maps, lovely maps of towns. They're going to live in the libraries. We have some VR projects. We have 9 VR projects, and those are commissioned out to companies, to SMEs who have basically, they all applied, and those 9 that won got commissions to make wonderful VR projects that will sit also in the libraries and become part of the offering that we give. And then the bit that we really want you script editors for is we're doing a series of mobile AR, mobile augmented reality trails in the towns. And these trails, in a way, are more demanding on story because they've got to tell a story that has narrative development. You know, we want stories whereby there'll probably be up to 6 different stops on the trails. We're charged, or we've agreed to make at least 2 trails per town. So we've got 15 locations around the UK and 2 trails per town, at least 30 trails, maybe even 3 per town. We're trying to work out the ambition of those trails. And those trails are trying to bring to life and give people a real kind of more experiential sense of their own town, stories that matter to communities, stories that reflect, you know, community interest, that are relatable. They've also got to be pretty kind of broad and universally appealing, because the people doing the trails might be a 12-year-old, might be a granny, and anyone in between. So really broad audiences. The 15 locations we're doing the trails in have already been selected. We've already done some research in those towns to create a bit of a town profile pack. And they've been selected mostly because, in collaboration with Martin Green and the Unboxed team, a lot of towns that don't get a lot of love or don't get a lot of money. So they're not necessarily your most culturally engaged towns. They might be quite challenging. So we've got to kind of really think quite widely about what the sort of stories might be in those towns. So that's just a really broad view of what we're trying to achieve. The reason we want script editors is to tell stories in short form on trails. The new creatives are coming on board, are going to be training. They'll come along with skills in storytelling. They'll learn how to apply those skills to a 3D trail with very clear kind of guidelines and templates of how to apply that. They'll have some pre-researched packs about the town, covering lots of aspects of the town where they can sort of tap in and find stories in those packs, although they might have their own stories to tell. And they'll be given archive collections that are clearable archive, because we want to use archive on those trails to place history on those trails. But trying to write a narrative arc on a mobile augmented reality trail where the place matters to the story, the archive matters to the story. There'll be some contemporary testimony, for example, from people that the story is about, either a single person, it might be an unsung hero story, for example, but it might be a community identity, you know, story, and there might be lots of people involved. I mean, for example, to give you some examples, in Dundee, we're looking at all sorts of stories in Dundee. We've done a lot of research. It's one of our towns, and we found out that Dundee's famous for jute. Jute's the kind of sacking, sandbaggy materials, was world famous for. And actually, it turned out that most of the people who ran the jute factories or jute mills, there were thousands of them, were actually women, because the population in the mid-19th century was majoritively women, and so the women ran the mills. And the mills had incredible kind of creches and literary sort of centres, and there were just these incredible women, and it fed us kind of labour workforce of Dundee that then went on to other industries like Timex, and then there's a whole trail through of fantastic female workers all the way through to the computer industry and even the comic industry, etc. So we are trying to look at what would create a flavour of a town and how could one pick out stories, and more importantly, from a script editing point of view, how can one condense and write those stories so they fit into a trail whereby most of the trail is an experience. It's maximising use of fantastic archive, it's maximising use of great testimony, and then all kind of other assets that we can collect, like photographs, flyers, posters, etc. But the writing needs to be really, really compelling, incredibly, it's got to actually sort of have momentum. You've got to get someone from one stop to another stop whereby they walk in the middle and they don't lose the momentum of the story. It's got to have the drama highs and lows, and it's got to have kind of, you know, great cliffhangers. And ideally, it's stories that people don't already know about their town. It might be a new perspective on a story, or it might be an unknown story. So that's just to give you guys a flavour. I can talk more practically in a minute about when these roles start, how they might work within the team, etc. But does anyone want to ask any questions about the actual role itself, the job and the form?
I've got a question.
Sure.
From what you said, hi, Amanda. It sounds more like it's a storytelling role as much as a story editing role. Is that
I mean, yeah, it's a good point. I mean, we fundamentally call the role script editing because it's quite collaborative. Because what I didn't want to lead people to believe is that there's sort of this authorship writing role whereby you're writing something and you've got kind of IP of a writing piece. It's kind of working with a team, because we're trying very much to empower these new creatives. The creatives who come on board will make 2 trails each in a town, and they've got a period of sort of 16 weeks to do that, where the front end's quite hefty on the research and development. So your role alongside us is how can we nurture, mentor, help these people write these stories. So it's kind of co-writing, writing, script editing, if you know what I mean. So they're encouraged to draft out their narrative arc and their kind of story beats, and you're helping them, being wordsmiths, going, this is a better way to say that, or this might be a better way to say this, or you could condense that down, or you've got a great bit of testimony there, you could connect that to the archive with a little bit of great script that kind of does this sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? So it's not necessarily writing it in isolation.
And it's all 15 towns that you're...
It's all 15 towns. So what we've got 2 script editors, and we're working in 2 cohorts. So the first cohort is in the first 7 towns, which we're pretty much starting in the northern towns, Northern Ireland, Scotland, and working down through the country. So there'll be 7 new creatives working to start with in the first 7 towns. And I think it might be quite useful to have one script editor start slightly ahead of the other, help work with those 7 creatives for those 7 towns. And then another script editor comes on a tiny bit later and works with the ones that are doing the next 8 towns. So you're not both doing 15 towns and 30 trails, it'd be too much work. But still, it would be helping 7 creatives or 8 creatives.
Okay.
And not alone, it's a big team. I'm a senior exec. I've got 2 producers who are brilliant immersive producers who know how to make interactive immersive outputs, have made trails and other similar things. They will be guiding the emerging creatives daily on finding these stories, you know, unearthing these stories, mapping these stories out. I'll be signing them off with an editorial board and connecting in daily, weekly, and you guys will be working directly with them on the actual words, the script.
Thank you for that explanation.
Sure. I think Maria's got a little question to say. Where?
Maria, do you just want to elaborate on that question?
No, it was because you said you said that you were going to put an attachment, and then I don't see the attachment, it's not there. So that was the way. But actually, I was wondering what cities were involved anyway, just as...
Sure. It is. I'm trying to remember these off the top of my head, and I'm sure Grace and Ikra and Laura can phone it. It's fundamentally, so Omagh in Northern Ireland, Dundee, Dumfries in Scotland, Blackpool, Wolverhampton, Sheffield, Lincoln, Bristol, Swindon, Slough, Newport,
Swansea, I've got the list in front of me in alphabetical order.
Three more.
Let's just read. We've got Blackpool, Bristol, Bradford, Dundee, Dumfries, Lambeth, Lewisham, Lincoln, Newport, Omaha, Sheffield, Slough, Swansea, Swindon, and Wolverhampton.
There we go. Very, very
And there we go. We got it in there. Thanks, Ikra. And I believe
quirky list.
We've just reattached. So in the chat box there, Maria, I think just beneath your question, we've got the FAQ, which I think might be the bit that you were referencing. Sasha, you had your hand up and now it's gone down. Did you have a question?
I did, but I think it's been, Amanda answered it. I was kind of thinking then we are in some kind of a role between the mentor and exec for the particular creative is kind of just, and I think then you answered the question kind of saying we're working with the bigger team. So that's the reason I lowered the hand. Thank you.
I think it will be very specifically the script because the producers will be working with me. So it's quite a good team in the sense, and also it's not, I guess it's myself as senior exec, the 2 producers and the 7 creatives at once, and then we'll do exactly the same again with the next 8 creatives in 2 batches, if you like, 2 cohorts. But there's also Nexus Studios. So what maybe I didn't say was Nexus. We've got lots of partners involved in this. So in this project, so the BFI are a big partner providing the archive along with the BBC, who are also a partner. And then our mobile AR trail making partner is Nexus Studio, who have phenomenal experience in making the Gruffalo trail. You probably all know Nexus. And Nexus have already designed the app that these trails will live in. They've come up with a kind of real palette or toolkit of parts, if you like, about how can one play audio into the trail, how can one play visuals into the trail, how can one play video, etc. We've looked at kind of brilliant treatment of archive in 3 dimensions. So archive will be played in 3D, which is a very hugely innovative sort of way of doing this. So we're really interested in sort of breaking new ground, being innovative, being known for doing something completely out of the box, different, pushing boundaries. And so the kind of how we engage the audience with the trail is probably the bit that I'm asking you guys to do, to give the most help with. What could be the most compelling sort of way we can draw in those audiences to want to go on those trails and to have a fantastic experience?
Can you talk a bit about how what you're looking for in terms of the experience that the script editors might have had and how you're going to appoint those people and what you're looking for, basically?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Catherine. Good question. I mean, ideally, what I'm suggesting is that it'd be really useful if writers have come from a factual background might help. I'm not saying I wouldn't consider fiction backgrounds, but because we're not writing fiction, I don't want to sort of slightly misguide people, if you like, if they come from a fiction background. But I think those who've come from factual storytelling, who have just known how to write, how to grapple with complex subjects, sometimes sensitive subjects, but real people's stories in real towns. I mean, these are stories about people's lives. These are stories about, LGBTQ+ is one of our themes. We've got 7 themes we're playing to. Okay. So, for example, these might be really difficult histories. These might be histories where the archive tells one story, but that's a narrative told from one perspective, and one's got to somehow look at other, what is the other narrative? What's the untold bit of the story? What are we unearthing in terms of, what really happened to real people in those towns at those times, but not being so political and so kind of embedded in history that we're not accessible. So I'm looking for writers that have been worked in factual, really can get to grips with complex stories, but can actually make them populist or universal appealing, can look at the broader kind of elements of a story, what would make it sort of relatable by lots of people, not just a sort of niche. We're not Radio 4 or BBC 4 or Channel 4, so all the 4s. I've worked lots with those channels, but we're probably in truth more ITV, and Stacey Solomon as our creative lead, Will Saunders says. We've got to slightly, I don't want to dumb anything down, and there's always a nervousness of dumbing things down, but just making things engaging and accessible. So someone with factual storytelling, it'd be really helpful if people have worked in short form at some point. You don't have to, I'm not saying it's one of the criteria, but if you can condense a story down to short form writing, that would be pretty damn helpful. I mean, I guess, which is why I'm happy to consider some fiction folks, is in an experience of a trail, you've kind of got characters, which in this case is real people. You've got props, i.e., things that you will meet on the trail that are 3D versions of photographs or images or things you can play, things you can do. And you've got you've got props, you've got characters, and in a way you're putting them into a scene. So it does kind of slightly follow that sort of a world of scene setting, and you are, I mean, scene design, interaction design, which is what Nexus do with stories when they help us make these trails. You're almost arriving at a stop, and there's things that will happen at that stop. So I guess someone who's got a fiction brain is what could be pretty useful to this too. I mean, I think it depends on people's experience.
Thank you.
Does that help?
That's really useful. Yeah.
Thank you.
How important is where we come from? I just wondered about that, because it's about marginalised towns up and down Britain. Are you looking for people with connections, or is it right? Is it, on that editorial level, is it okay that you're not kind of from the place, or how important would that be for you?
Not at all, because the creatives themselves, the new creatives we're employing, have got to be from the towns, because obviously they've got to be connected to their own communities and come up with stories that matter to them and their communities in their towns. So they will be in their towns on the ground, collecting testimony and working on their stories. Because you can work mostly remotely, I mean, there might be some need to come and work a little bit. We're obviously based, Royal Holloway University, where StoryFutures Academy is based, is at Egham in Surrey. That's the Royal Holloway main campus. There will potentially be some times we might want to draw you into that, whether it's for training or just sort of meeting. But mostly this will be an online, a remote job, because you're working with people all over the country. I don't think there's a lot of point sending you to Bristol or Swindon when you might be dealing with someone in Dundee. So I think it's a remote role. Being collaborative is really important. I don't think this role would work for a writer who likes to write their own stuff, own their own IP, and not be a collaborative writer across the team. That's not what the job is.
Okay,
does that help?
Thank you. Sorry, yes. So if you could just raise your hand or write your question in the chat, just so that we can make sure we reach everyone. I'm going to go to Tam first, then Maria, then Yasmin. So Tam, would you like to ask your question?
I think a little bit of it has been answered already by Amanda. Thank you so much. But I guess I was just because there's a lot of roles being kind of advertised and gone through over the last couple of weeks and things, and a lot of them have required this 3 years of experience. So I think my initial question was whether you wanted specifically 3 years of experience for script editing, or was it more general writing and things? But I think you've answered most of that in the last answer with the kind of the narrative and short form. But if there was anything else you wanted to add, that would be great.
Yeah, thanks, Tam. Nice to meet you, and very nice daisy you've got there.
It's better looking than my apartment right now, so I'm saving everyone.
I think it's a good question, because I think someone who will be able to work really fast. This is quite tight deadlines we're working to, so maybe just I can tell you a bit about the schedule, and that will help answer your question. The creatives come in and do training, and then they've got this kind of, there's a 16-week schedule, but actually think of it more as a 10-week schedule, because the final 6 weeks they're involved with the build of the trail and testing the trail. So that's not really very editorially flexible. But in the 10-week window, the time that's really tight for them is they've got sort of maximum 4 weeks to come up with the stories and develop them up of 2 trails. So and because there's 2 cohorts, there's 7 of them working on 14 trails, and then next cohort was 8 of them working on, say, 16 trails, and it might be a few more trails. Some towns might be worthy of 3 trails, we decided. So it's someone who can work quite fast. It's not sort of ponderous writing job. It's quick thinking, compelling one-liners, narrative, how to get from one story beat to another, to another, to another in compelling, engaged, connecting ways, and really quite fast turnaround. I haven't got the exact days, but just, I think in a period of 3 to 4 weeks, you're probably going to have to work on up to 14 trails, which is a lot. And I think the way we're imagining it might work at the minute is, I think with the new creatives coming on board, some of them will just be good writers, because some of them are coming at this with storytelling experience. They might need less help. And obviously our 2 producers can write, they're not writers per se, they're producers, but they've got a certain level of writing skill, so they can guide a bit some of that stuff. And obviously, and I've written for telly quite a lot as an exec, but I cannot sit and write 14 trails. So it might be that we just go, actually going to assign you 2 people, and they're 2 trails each, because these 2 really need help. And if you get through these, there'll be 2 more coming your way quite quickly. It might work like that. And I guess, Tam, just to say in terms of experience, it'd be useful because of the fast turnaround to have that 3 years plus experience. If someone's done amazing stuff in 2 years and they're just a naturally fantastic writer, we'd consider them.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I think, not to take too much time, but I think there was such a big overlap between so many of the positions that StoryFutures are kind of opening up for everyone at the moment. And if I understood correctly, one of the most important things was giving opportunities for creatives to get kind of back into the industry, broaden their skill sets, make those develop those connections to kind of like build their careers down the line. So I guess there was a tricky balance of picking someone who's got enough skills to be able to do the job, but not overqualified that they'd be kind of, almost taking someone else's position that can do the job really easily at the moment. So yeah, so there's kind of a few different things you could apply for. I guess I was just wondering how, where you might draw the line on that. But yeah, I'll shut up now and let other people can see.
That's okay. I think this it is difficult, and we have had a lot of openings. I could so see why you're asking that question, Tam. I think for us it's quite tricky, but this is the only writing one I think that we've got opened, actually, specifically writing. And whilst I would like someone who can write, who comes at it, who can really move this fast, I guess what you will learn, which is where the opening is how the hell does this writing work in a 3D trail? We're making really new trails and some really new stuff. So in terms of career progression, the string to your bow that you've got is you've written this stuff that's ended up in these amazing trails, which you can add to your writing credit. I think you've got some more questions there, Grace, I realise.
Yes, we've got a few, and I have been making a note of who's been asking in order. So Maria, you have your hand raised. Would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, so my question is about the end product. So are you, is there something that people are going to go into a library and then access it? Or as well, is it something that people will upload on their mobile and then walk it? And as well, is it something that is going to, so tourist office will have it like links to it so people can do it, libraries you just mentioned, but then is it something that is going to be like some of them are, quite marginalized cities, so will be like an event that the people attended and then people, so can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, sure. No, good question. The way that people will experience it is, first of all, we're running events around the country. So we're going to those 15 locations starting from next June to next September, and will be a weekend in each location, pretty much starting Northern Ireland, moving down the country. So we start June, Northern Ireland, and we end London in Lambeth and Lewisham in September. So for the weekend that we're in those towns, and then the trail will stay, it's part of a really kind of exciting event. We've got a company called Produce UK who are going to help us showcase the event. There's physical stuff in the town square outside the library, as well as all the augmented reality stuff. There are Gideon reading actors directing people. It's an event. It's kind of roll up, get involved type feel. And then, so then that weekend you would do the trails by being guided by various folks on the ground, actors, and it's all through your mobile phone. It's an app that Nexus have developed, and you would walk the trail, seeing every point, and through a code on your phone, having the experience of that site, be guided to walk to the next site, etc. So you would do it by walking it, starting outside the library, all exterior, doing the trail. The trail will then live on the app. So post the event, there'll still be a way of doing the trail in that location, and the library will have guides and information about how people can do it. But clearly they have to bring their own phone, their own headsets. We will provide quite a bit of kit of the weekend we're there. So it will still exist in the town, people can still do it. And more importantly, it will exist on an app with all the other trails we've done in the other towns. So people can do this experience at home. So in terms of accessibility, it'll have, you won't be walking it, but you'll be kind of, virtually walking the trails.
Yeah, so schools,
that's how we'll live on.
Yeah, so you can jump onto schools and interest, when they a theme, because you mentioned that you have chosen the themes, that will have been my next question. What sort of themes you're starting with? And then when, for example, the schools are linking the theme that they're studying or whatever, then they can link to any city.
It'll say things like other trials like this in Lincoln, other trials like this in Dundee, etc. So they can do as many as they like, and that will live on the app for quite a long period of time, so people can do those trails. I'm not quite sure how long, actually. We need to check with Nexus how long.
And theme-wise, can you tell us?
Yeah, I'll get Grace or Ikra to just cut and paste the 7 themes that we're doing on the chat, so you can be looking at them then, because I think you've got some other questions to.
All right, thank you. I'll pass that.
Thank you. Good question.
Thank you. Yes, that was the next question from Yasmin, but Tam has got notes there. So we have racing, class, technology and work, LGBTQ, environment, health, celebration and community. Ikra, if there are any other specifics, if you
I'm going to just have a look, Grace.
Thank you, Laura. So Yasmin, that will be your question answered. Keith, do you have a question? You need to unmute yourself, please. I think you're still muted. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm based in the Black Country near Wolverhampton, about 10 miles from Wolverhampton. And I have an interesting story about politics and religion in the history of Wolverhampton I'd like to share with people. Does it matter that I'm based in Birmingham? And the other thing is, I wanted to ask, I haven't got 3 years professional experience of writing scripts and all that, but I wrote my own scripts for my hour-long rugby union show on Sports Radio Birmingham for 4 years. Would this skill be transferable to what you're looking for?
Amanda, before you answer that, Keith, can I just ask, did you apply for the creative practitioner role in Wolverhampton? You did?
I did, but I missed the deadline by about a minute last night.
Right, okay. Well, Amanda, perhaps if you, yes, the level of experience, I think Keith is asking, and whether,
yeah, I mean, Keith, I think it depends. I mean, thanks for your question, Keith. I mean, it depends really whether your 4 years writing has been published. So if this was a published radio.
Oh, no, it wasn't published, no.
Okay, we are asking for published experience because it's quite a demanding writing job. It's a fast turnaround script editing job, whereby I think for someone who hasn't written a fair bit for either telly, radio, even with games, perhaps, we'd probably find it quite challenging.
Yeah, as I say, I did write for radio. I wrote for Sports Radio Birmingham, but it wasn't script. Well, it's scripts for my own rugby union show, you see. It wasn't, but it wasn't published, and I wasn't paid for it. I was a volunteer there, but it was out there on the internet, and I'm sure you can find on the Sports Radio Birmingham website copies of my show going back from 2012 to 2016 when I did it. But if you're saying it's got to be published in a book,
Well, not in a book. No, published as in it's been broadcast. It's been as in it's gone out to an audience. It's an audience-facing piece of work. So it sounds like your work has actually, Keith. It sounds like your radio, and I think it depends on what you think the breadth and experience of your work, because the script editors, there's only going to be 2 script editors, unlike the creative practitioner, whereby you could be applying to tell some stories in your town or your nearby town. There's 2 script editors are going to be helping those new creatives. There's 15 of them, helping them write their scripts at quite a fast pace. So it's a much more experienced role, for example, than a creative.
I'm not fast, that's the thing. I'm 63, so I'm not fast. I'm a bit of a snail, really, I suppose you might say. But I write very verbosely as well. Where one word will do, I'll put 20 in, Amanda. So
I think you're writing yourself out of the job, Keith, if I'm really honest. Only because on a mobile AR trail, the actual words one can have to be quite short. I mean, no one's going to stop on a trail and, do you know what I mean, when they're having an experience and have lots of words. It's got to be as experiential as possible. So we're guiding the kind of scene, if you like, of someone experiencing something on a trail to be, as lived as possible. And the words, some of them can be texts in 3D, but it's really working out what's the minimal, most impactful words one could use to help tell a really key part of the story that you need to know in order to experience that scene and to get you momentum to the next scene. So it does sound like, and Keith, that perhaps your experience isn't quite right for this, if I'm very honest.
As I say, I did apply for the creative practitioner last night, and as I say, I missed the deadline by a minute. So is there another job, do you think, that would be a good fit for me, or my writing? I'm a historian, you see. I've got a degree in history from Nottingham University. I write about Birmingham history, Black country history. I write poetry. I'm an experienced writer, but possibly not a script editor, I would imagine, Amanda.
All right. I think we'll have to have a think, Keith. I'm not sure, Grace, whether there's something else we can guide Keith to.
Yeah, perhaps, Laura, if you could pop the email in the chat, and maybe you could follow up there, Keith. I'm a little bit conscious of time, just want to make sure that we reach everyone. And so, yeah, Keith, if you could drop us a line, we can follow up with any additional questions. Richard, you were next up.
Yeah, my question, quick one, is Amanda, what do you see the runtime for each trail story to be?
Good question, Richard. Hiya. Well, I think people need to walk it in no more than sort of 30 minutes in terms of walk time. And then we're thinking, each scene, people aren't going to stop for more than 2 minutes. So, I'm roughly looking at maximum 6 stops per trail, possibly 2-minute stops, which is sort of 12 minutes of storytelling, maybe 3 minutes of stop at the max, which would be 18 minutes of storytelling, with walkable, walkable to and from each stop within 30 minutes, do the whole trail in less than an hour type thing. And we're just piloting one right now to test that out. Like, what is people's attention span at a stop? It might be somewhere between 1 and 3 minutes at each stop. And because the creators are making 2 trails, we're going to encourage them to devise one trail that's longer, like a 6-stop trail, which will have your 6 lots of 2 minutes, say, stops, and a short trail, which will be 3 to 4 stops, which will be a more lighter, fun story. It might even be an object-based trail, for example. And I'll give you an example of some of the ways we're thinking about the trails. We're thinking some of them will be people-based, so the stories of either unsung heroes or community achievements, community identity type stories. And an object-based one might be a kind of fun, like, for example, in Sheffield, we've discovered a lot of stories attached to the steel industry. People have been collecting fantastic cutlery, and maybe there's a whole kind of cutlery trail or something, So it depends on what stories get pulled out as to which would be the shorter version, which would be the longer version.
Okay, just a little follow-up that just occurred to me, because, these days media is so niche in terms of its audiences. So what is your approach going to be? Because are you assuming that the demographic for this is really people are interested in history, or or are we going to try and make the stories as what's the word as embracing as as wide appeal as possible? What's the approach going to be?
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, we have to go wide appeal because we don't quite know who's going to, what sort of people want to hang out in the center of a town and take part in a number of different things. So we are definitely kind of, in a way, doing history by stealth rather than history as the kind of way in. So whilst we've got archive and we're covering some histories, this is not a history trail in an obvious sense. It's kind of, we just go into lots and lots of focus groups. And in fact, the Reading Agency, one of our partners, have been amazing on focus groups. We've now done lots of tours to all of these towns. We've got lots of insight from lots of local stakeholders. And people are really interested. The way in often is nostalgia. And whilst politically nostalgia, we could debate this for a very long time, kind of, what is nostalgia and have we all gone to hell in a car sort of thing? And is the past better than the present? It's a way into a story. So it's history by stealth, bit of nostalgia, and giving people a sense of belonging. And if you look at things like BBC post on Facebook all the time on this day, little quirky clips of archive, and they're quite popular, fun, lighter stories, even though sometimes you could hang a more serious story off it. We're not avoiding contested histories and difficult stories, but we've got to somehow embed them in more palatable, accessible, mainstream ways.
Can I just say lastly, so just for example, my family has got 2 grandmothers that are dearly loved. So if their stories are told, then I know my nephews and nieces would be attracted to it. Just a thought that occurred to me.
No, I think it's a really good point, and that's what we're hoping, that this kind of feeling of belonging and identity is really kind of central to what we're trying to do. And if we can tell stories of belonging where people feel like, in the focus groups, lots of young people love knowing the stories of generations before them. It's about what stories you tell about those generations that are really appealing to newer generations and will help them. In fact, we have this one line, which is that, to know where you're going, you need to know where you've been. So kind of that whole looking to the future and being optimistic about the future, you need some sense of where you came from, who your family were, who do you think you are is hugely, hugely popular.
100%.
So carrying in those kind of stories, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Sasha has asked if this is a full-time role. That'd be nice. Is a quick question to answer?
Short answer, yes, it is. I think once we get going, I won't let you go. Obviously, to have a normal hour, normal life, but it will work best full time. We're looking at starting the beginning of February for 4 to 5 months. And what I've just got to work out, fundamentally, the first trail makers will have something to go on 2 weeks in, which is around about I did write this down, let me find it. Day-wise, but basically the beginning of Feb. And then the second cohort come on in March and running to sort of end of May. So that's why I was talking about possibly staggering a script editor starting beginning of February and one starting about 4 weeks later.
Thank you.
Joe, Avin with your hand up.
Avin's just been.
No, Avin needs to go.
I just need to unmute myself. Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I may have answered this question for myself already, but can I just check with you? On one of the questions on application forms, which says which role are you applying for, script editor, says, please, can you give examples of projects where you've worked in this capacity in your professional career? I haven't necessarily worked in that specific capacity where you are guiding another writer or another person in how to write their story. However, I've got multiple years experience as a broadcast writer and work collaboratively in teams that work in the way that you're looking in what I've heard through this briefing. So is it okay to sort of, rather than answer the question literally, to answer the question in terms of what you're actually looking for? Because that's kind of how I've worked before. Do you see what I mean? But I've ended up writing the piece myself. That's the only difference.
I'm trying to get to go to what you're asking.
So I'm used to working collaboratively in teams with archive, examining that archive, turning that into a drama, but that part of that stage would be actually telling the story of the archive to start with and the personal histories, because it was all basically the series that was about the First World War on Radio 4. I wrote most of that with another guy, and it was a team of about 4 or 5 of us who would sit down and actually work out what the personal history were, what the hidden stories were that weren't published in official histories, compare that to the official histories, and then wrote fictional drama based on that, which would be laced in with real archive and real fact and real personal stories. So it was a sort of cross between history and drama, if you like. So I worked for several years in that kind of capacity, and that's more some of the things you've also described as to what you're looking for in StoryTrails is actually how I've written entire pieces that are about traveling for a short period of time, arriving there in that 2 minutes, you have a vignette that's played out or whatever, a piece of immersive theatre or what have you. So it's kind of like, I wouldn't be literally answering the question on the application form because I've never actually worked officially as a story editor, but I would be trying to, would it be okay to answer the question of the things that you have actually said you're looking for as part of this briefing?
Yeah, sure. I mean, what role were you doing when you were doing that? I mean, it sounds like you were sort of writing things, but were you writing them for research purposes for someone else to go on and take it on, or were you writing it whereby it would end up in a published form?
We brought, it was produced by BBC Radio 4. I was involved in the production, and sometimes I'd even be acting in them. So I was one of the core writers on the team. So, but what we would do is we would physically get the archive, some of which was not in any of the museums, even though we'd examine the stuff in the National Archives, the British Library, Imperial War Museum, blah, blah, blah. We would also then get unpublished papers and personal history that had not been published anywhere from, descendants of people who were involved in the war in whatever part of the world, just because we had the BBC as a, we could say the word BBC, so people would actually give us stuff, whereas we couldn't. Normal people in sort of normal walks of life might not be able to get their hands on that sort of thing. So it's kind of like I've done it all. Do you see what I mean? Rather than talk about having been a story editor, can I talk about the fact I've done this kind of stuff before?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's all really, really relevant. Your work in that area and understanding is really invaluable. Yeah. However, I think just bear in mind that I'm not looking for another producer to help unearth that stuff.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm a writer first and foremost.
Yeah, it's a writer first and foremost, but a writer first and foremost in the context of having worked collaboratively and connected to the kind of things that we're interested in, like use of archive, like connecting archive to stuff. That's really invaluable. Absolutely, please do add that to the application. Definitely.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That was really helpful. Cheers.
Good.
Thank you. So I have Yasmin. Yasmin has a question about the themes, which I will read out. Yasmin has a follow-up from the themes. How are the topics selected, and will there be an equal distribution of the themes across the trails? For example, 3 or 4 trails on health. Does it, as a follow-up question, does it help if the script writers or the script editors can demonstrate experience in these subject areas?
It's really incredibly useful if they can. Actually, it's a good question. I mean, the themes were selected quite some time back with the partners. There was a kind of whole, I guess, discussion about how we would sort of slightly narrow the content, narrow the sort of stories. And this really grew out of workshops and focus groups locally with all kind of communities about what sort of things they were interested in. Definitely, so it's race and migration and class. It's a bit broader, and actually there was never a sort of separate women's theme, but I'm really interested in women's stories. So, for example, we're looking at women in class, women in race, women in technology, making sure they're really embedded in. Just the last one's not community as such; it's Covent Garden, which is a slightly unusual one. The film, I said there's lots of different outputs. The film is centered around a Covent Garden base of story, the non-augmented stuff. And so we're just trying to connect some stories to the Covent Garden themes of the film, just to make sure they're all connected up. But they were selected really off the back, as I say, off the back of focus groups. And if writers have really quite some, personal experience of projects within one of those themes, it absolutely helps. It'd be great.
Thank you. So you've already answered, Sasha, I will come to you in a moment. Sasha had previously asked if there was an example of the trail that we can either see or read. Unfortunately, we don't have a completed pilot at the moment. Someone else also asked earlier whether these webinars will be shared. So we will be able to circulate a version of this. And if anyone wasn't here for the earlier session with Nexus, Kim Lee gave a presentation that might sort of answer some of those questions, Sasha, about the forming of the trail. Deborah has asked if there's any data analysis on the demographic. I think going back to that demographic question, I mean, at StoryFutures, we have an audience insights team. We do a lot of research around audiences and demographics. Amanda, did you want to expand on that at all?
Yeah, I mean, working with the reading agency, there's been a huge amount of work done. They've done a lot of work locally with lots of local stakeholders in each of the towns around demographics to give us an analysis of what those demographics are. And then they've run, as I said, lots of focus groups looking at what are those different people from different cultural groups and different demographics are interested in. And we've tried to kind of add those things together. And then we've got an agency as well, a communications agency, who are helping us analyze audiences for this kind of work and audiences in these towns. And so it's quite hard to make that fit, because obviously when you're making things, commissioning for an output like, I don't know, a Netflix or a Channel 4, as I talked about, you kind of then have very specific kind of analysis of those very specific audiences, and this is quite broad. But yeah, we're informed quite a lot, and the research packs I mentioned we're putting together for the new creators has quite a big breakdown of the population, the demographics of each town, so they know who they're targeting towards. And then editorially, we've got an editorial board, as well as our triage team of the 2 producers and myself, and Nexus obviously have the same sort of producer and exec in Kim Lee. We are looking at the stories they're proposing and making sure we kind of have an even spread across the country. So we don't have, 8 trails of LGBTQ plus and no health stories, or all health stories, and no environment stories. So we'll be divvying them up across the country a bit.
Thank you. Sasha, you have your hand raised.
I do, and I'm just gonna lower it now. But I just want to build up on Arvin's question. He was asking about his experiences. I come from TV broadcasting. I've been making documentaries for the last 15 years, stuff for BBC and Channel 4 and Al Jazeera and ITV. And I've been writing scripts together with a exec and my editor when we kind of go into the edit. And I assume that that's the kind of experience that would count when applying for a job, although it's not my kind of script and something that I can show. It's a kind of collective workings that would then, piecing things together. And I'm sure you know, Amanda, when you prepping and you have a deadline and the viewing and everything that's coming. So I've now forgotten what was my second question, sorry. But I assume that's the kind of stuff that I would put when applying, writing, directing, in brackets, script writing for directing, for program making.
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all, documentary experience, Sasha, is really invaluable, because it's kind of these little mini documentaries, but more populist documentaries, if you like, little mini experiences that are based on documentary-like stories. Yeah, I know. Yeah, having come from a background in telly, I know how collaborative that work is. You write scripts for when you're going to an edit, and they get changed and adapted endlessly. So, our trail making will be iterative. We have to keep evolving stuff. So, the words you write may or may not. You'll write some, and they might get tweaked. Along the line. So it's that non-precious collaborative spirit. And I think the work you've done absolutely is valid. I think it's bearing in mind, is the subject matters broad enough? This is not kind of hardcore documentaries for BBC 4. It's kind of, is your writing adaptable to a broader audience would be a big question.
Sure. And the other part of my questions now I remembered is that I teach part-time. So I just wonder if one would be able to kind of work around those. I teach one day at Ravensbourne, and then one day it's a kind of admin email kind of stuff. So in terms of the balance of the work, is there a way of kind of managing both, do you think?
It's kind of tough. I mean, I guess the only thing I could consider is whether I consider job sharing it with a few script editors, which is not an impossible approach. It's a bit more complex to manage, but I wouldn't rule it out for good writers. I think because we do need, you know, I couldn't have the two script editors both part-time because I don't think we'd cover the work, and we're driven by very tight deadlines, because when you're working with a studio who've got to commit things to software, obviously you've got to get that committed quite quickly, and so there's a bit of a race at the front end to make sure we're clear on direction of travel of the story. We might have, you know, the words mapped out that get tweaked further down, but we all need to know where we're going with it. So I think 3 days a week wouldn't be enough unless it was a job share.
Okay, thank you. And what's the rate, by the way? Is it okay to ask about the rates now, or is it too early?
I think it depends on different people's experience. If we have a certain sum of money, so obviously it's a fully paid position, but it would depend on people's experience, therefore how we could map that out over a period of time. We've probably someone who's on a lesser rate for a bit longer, and vice versa. So I don't think we're offering one flat rate it's experience based.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
So we are pretty much out of time. Oh, Joe, you just squeezed in there. This is going to have to be our last question, but I'll ask Laura to put the email into the chat again in case anyone does have any burning urgent questions that they need to follow up with. Joe.
Will there be a narrator's voice pulling all the different strands of the experience together?
Yeah, in a nutshell, yeah. I mean, we're looking at doing this from a third person perspective, and therefore having a voiceover person. And we've got a little budget per town for that. And we're thinking to get someone who is either a local radio, local community character, someone that someone recommends who's a good voice of that town, that people would feel comfortable as the voice of the town, who would then voice those 2 or 3 trails specifically for the town. So we'll start looking at who that might be once the creatives are on board. Which means we can record that locally as well.
And so the script editors would be editing that dialogue that was written for the local narrator.
You'd be writing the dialogue for writing. If I say writing, partly editing.
Partly editing. Yeah. Okay.
Between us, we'll be writing and editing, and you'd be the kind of the wordsmiths who can help us tweak and that script so it's the most compelling it could possibly be.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Amanda, for joining us and giving us this additional insight. So yeah, the deadline to apply, Laura, if you could also work the link in there as well, is Monday the 22nd. So next Monday at 5 p.m. We'll just pop the link in the chat as well. So you scroll down and you'll see the StoryFutures script editor. So if you are interested in those roles, then please do put your application in. As Laura said in the chat, we put our email there. We will do our best to get back to you with questions before the end of the call out. We are going to take a break now. So if you'd like to stick around and you're interested in the other roles, we are going to be joined by the BFI at 2 o'clock. Then we will be joined by our marketing and comms team here at StoryFutures Academy at 2:45. We'll then be joined by our partners at Produce UK at 3:30, and at 4:15 we're going to be with Uplands TV discussing the TV researcher role. So we're going to put you back into the waiting room, and if you'd like to stick around, then we'll bring you back here later on this afternoon. So thank you, Amanda, and thank you all for joining us.
Thank you so much, everyone. Lovely to meet you all. Hope most of you apply.
Yes, please do apply. Thank you. Hello, welcome. Or welcome back if you've been with us all day, as a few of you have. I'm just going to give it a couple of seconds just while some of you connect to your audio. Super, I think everybody is in the room, and we have got James Bennett back. Aren't we lucky? So James, over to you.
Thanks, Grace. Hi, everybody out there. My name is James Bennett. I am the Director of StoryFutures and the Director of the StoryTrails project, which, if you are coming in fresh to this session, StoryTrails is part of the big Unboxed festival program of works in 2022 that's going to be a celebration of UK creativity. StoryTrails is one of 10 commissions that are taking part in the Unboxed project. And our project is about bringing history to life where it's happened across the UK and reimagining how history can excite us and bring a connection to places together. Rather than me explain it all, I'm going to bring in the director of the Unboxed project overall, Martin Green, to play a short video from him. But before I do that, let me just scene set a little bit. The main point of our time with you today is for you all to ask questions about the opportunity to work with the BFI as part of our commitment to developing diverse talent across the UK. So we have with us today, we're very lucky to have Nairi Gillings from the BFI, who's the head of campaigns. Hi, Nairi. And Tim Platt, who is the head of marketing. And Tim and Nairi are here to answer all your questions about what it might be like to be part of the BFI as part of this project. Grace is with us from StoryFutures Academy. Grace is here to answer all your questions about what a placement means, how we run them at StoryFutures. And Laura is here to make sure that our webinar stays on course and that we keep to time and that everything works as best as it can. And I'll be around if you have specific questions about the StoryTrails project itself. But I'll let Martin Green explain that for us. And Laura, are you going to drive that video?
I will. I will.
All right.
StoryTrails will bring together augmented reality, new developments in 3D internet technology and young creatives to shape one of the most ambitious people's history and archive projects ever undertaken. StoryTrails is a unique storytelling experience that will bring to life untold stories from the past, stories of belonging and stories that will reanimate our public spaces, seeking to inspire a UK-wide conversation about who we are and where we're going. Town squares, local libraries, streets and cinemas will be transformed into virtual portals through which to explore stories of historical change in 15 locations across the UK in 2022 and, of course, through broadcast and digitally. The StoryTrails creative team will work closely with communities in each of the towns to uncover unknown, surprising and intriguing stories from the past. Today, the StoryTrails team begins recruiting 50 paid people from the next generation of UK creative talent who will work closely with individuals and communities to unearth the hidden stories of each city and town. And you can find out more again on unboxed2022.uk. StoryTrails is led by StoryFutures Academy, the UK's National Centre for Immersive Storytelling, which is part of Royal Holloway, University of London, and the National Film and Television School. It's delivered in partnership with the British Film Institute, broadcaster and filmmaker David Olusoga, Uplands Television and leading immersive specialist ISODESIGN and Nexus Studios, and like so much of our programme, the BBC. It will be brought to life in the Reading Agency's national network of libraries and by event-making specialist Produce UK.
Awesome. So that's roughly what StoryTrails is about. Grace, shall I hand to you? I don't know, you've got into a rhythm of it, I expect.
Well, yeah, thank you. And I think what I would do is perhaps hand straight over to Nairi and Tim. So just to reiterate the context for this, we are looking for a marketing assistant who will be joining the BFI team and supporting that from their side. Tim, Nairi, who is best to give us a little bit more context about this role?
I'm happy to, if you like. Hello, everyone. So really great that you could be here today. So I guess the first thing to say is that, this project is really, truly exciting for us. And we're all about trying to trying to drive access for audiences across the board for our the BFI National Collection, which is the nation's collection of film and TV, and to provide new ways of telling stories that are resonant with audiences across the country. And we need communications experts who know how to do that. We need people who are excited by the project, excited by the medium, and can help us connect to people who might not take that chance, who might need some explanation about what it's about, to start from grassroots, but also look at a kind of overall campaign and how that fits with the BFI's channels. We have so many people who know about the BFI already, but there are so many out there that don't, and that might be you as well. You might have an understanding of what the British Film Institute is all about, or you might not. So I'm definitely here to answer those questions about, you know, who we are, or what it's like to work within our team and that kind of thing. Just on the role, we're an audience-facing team. We are very varied in terms of where people work. So this role is definitely, you know, you can work wherever you want in the country. We've operated a kind of hybrid working arrangement since COVID. So the BFI has remote working alongside our headquarters in London. So I'm sure there'll be a mixture of both, but I'm very flexible about that. Yeah, this is a core part of our, you know, one of our major things that's happening in 2022 for the BFI, and it's an opportunity to be embedded in our team and to benefit from that, but also from us to benefit from your expertise, no doubt, and fresh ideas and fresh thinking. And I should introduce Nairi, who is our head of campaigns. So the role will actually be based in Nairi's campaigns team, and her team looks after all of our kind of consumer-facing activity, and that's across social media, digital marketing, as well as kind of advertising campaigns and so on. So yeah, happy to answer any questions that there might be about that.
Before we jump into opening the floor to questions, could you give us a little bit more context about perhaps who it is you're looking for this role? What level of experience and particular skills that they might have? Are you expecting someone to come, you know, full Adobe suite ready, and the number of years of experience? That sort of thing would be great to hear.
Shall I take that? We are looking for someone who does have existing communications, marketing, promotional experience, but it doesn't necessarily need to be technical. It's really we can kind of slightly tailor actually the opportunity for the right person, in that there's already a team of people in place that are here to support the campaign. So for example, you're not expected to have Adobe skills particularly to do this role, but actually having a sense of how to create a story that connects with somebody on social media, and that can really work and kind of have immediacy and can have cut through. If you can kind of feel confident that you're literate in that space, then yeah, absolutely, that would be the kind of level of experience. Ideally, we are looking for people that have worked in marketing, communications, promotions before, but we're quite flexible about what that actually means. And for example, I've employed people in the past who have, you know, run their own student marketing clubs at their university, film clubs at their university, and done the marketing for that, and as a result sort of grew and engaged audiences. So we're fairly flexible about what level of experience you're able to bring to the table, but yeah, we are looking for somebody who can kind of demonstrate that they understand how to engage and excite audiences, and particularly work with people at quite a local level, because there's obviously 15 different sites and they're all kind of quite local cities with lots of different things going on.
Yes, yeah, definitely. It's going to reach really far. So experience or an understanding of working with communities could be very beneficial. Yeah. And I'm hearing that experience on social media or creating social media campaigns would be really useful, but it doesn't necessarily have to have come from the arts or culture or film necessarily. So
not necessarily.
Cool. So we can open the doors up to people who perhaps have worked in a less creative area, but social media is useful. Hi, Keith. You've got your hand raised. Have you got a question? You need to unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Sorry for doing that. My apologies. I worked in inward investment marketing for Birmingham and investment promotion for the city for nearly 20 years. Would that preclude me from taking part in this this initiative and applying for the marketing and communications assistant role? Because I've done various campaigns, strategic campaigns to Indian banks, to Birmingham University alumnus, involving Chris Tarrant, actually, would you believe? And another Brummie. So yeah, that's my question.
Would that preclude you, did you say?
Yes.
No, it would not preclude you from applying for the role.
Excellent.
What I would say, Keith, is the program is designed to support emerging creatives moving into the mid-career of their program. So that's the split aim of it. So you'd need to show in your application why this was a transitional role for you to move from one area to another, so that we could understand why this was something that was about emerging and developing your career.
Well, I'm retired, James. I'm retired. I'm 63, so I've done my hard yards, you know. I just wanted to give something back. I work with communities I was at the Bearwood Hub in my hometown of Bearwood this morning, and I work with communities all the time. I volunteer at Smethwick Museum, I volunteer in the Penn Museum in Birmingham. So yeah, I work with communities all the time, and so it's not a step up; it's a step into another area, really. I suppose you might say, James.
We are absolutely supporting people transitioning to different areas of their career. And Keith, in terms of the program, it's just worth knowing it is a paid role. So it's looking at making sure that we're developing people's careers to enable them to grow into new areas that they're transitioning into.
Mm-hmm. I also have a disability, James. I'm bipolar. Would that have any bearing on whether I'm successful or not, or are you looking to particularly work with people with disabilities, or how does that work?
Yeah, we're an equal opportunities employer at the BFI, so and we actively look to recruit ethnically diverse and people who identify with having a disability.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Hi, Evelyn. Would you like to ask your question?
Hi, thanks for the time. I've just got a question about how this role integrates with the StoryTrails creative project. Like, is this role marketing the work that's done by the community creatives, the community practitioners, and the AR and VR people? Is it kind of marketing the project to like the public?
Yes. That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, you articulated perfectly. Yeah, it's about, so we're obviously working as one of the partners, and this role is to sit alongside an in-house project manager at the BFI, so that will be a really close kind of collaboration. But yeah, it's to drive audiences to the activity that's produced as part of the StoryTrails. So it's not marketing the British Film Institute. It's marketing the projects that are created and the creativity within the project.
And so the financial pay, it's on par with the other roles. So like something that's more specialist like VR or AR, the marketing role is kind of paid in the same way as those other skills? Because I think there's like an amount that you get paid to take part in the project. And is that the same for this role as it is for the other roles?
James, do you want me to jump in there, because it's probably unfair for the BFI to talk about other roles?
Yeah, go ahead, James.
So each role is a negotiation with the individual partner and paid according to the kind of like rate of that role in that industry. So there may be some placements which are longer than others, some that are shorter than others. Effectively, what we're looking to do is pay fair market rates, but that's not the same in each role.
Yeah, I mean, to add some context for how we've come up with the rate for us, we're a public sector organisation, so we have a pay and grading scheme. So this is graded at actually a manager level within BFI. So although the advert was assistant, we've gauged it as a sort of 6-month contract placement period for a sort of a kind of junior manager, mid-level manager role, which would be commensurate with other people in the team. So you'd be definitely coming in to the BFI either remotely or in person, whatever, but at a similar level to, there'll be others at the same level who are doing similar types of roles, but across different business areas.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Evelyn. Does anyone else have any other questions specifically to this?
Can I ask about what, like, portfolio and what they're hoping to see from applicants? Is that okay? To give it context, like my experience is quite a mixed bag. So I've just done a master's in UX and I've done a bit of AR. I've done digital marketing in the past, but like my day job is really corporate and local government. So like I could show you like forms that I've created, but I'm thinking for the application, would it be enough to show you perhaps something that potentially I would be able to create, like a campaign that I could create rather than show you past work that I've done?
Yeah, I think we actually we're not, the way that we kind of recruit and interview, we don't mandatory, is that a word? Anyway, it's not mandatory that we always ask for people to show examples of past campaigns so much as it is to show thinking, because it's obviously marketing is a transferable skill, and as long as you're able to kind of demonstrate that you know how to identify audiences, how to engage with them, how to use different channels and budget that might be at your disposal, then you know, I think that we're not necessarily. I can see past the clothes, if that helps reassure you. Quite a lot of the time when we do recruit for other roles in the team and that are outside of this process, it's interesting. Some candidates definitely approach a job application by saying, "And here's a link to some of my past works." And others don't, and I find that can be really useful if you feel that the last couple of things on your CV aren't quite you know, the perfect fit. That actually to say, these are my skills and experiences, but also please look at what I've done that's more applicable to your field. So yeah, but it's definitely something that we can see past.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you, Evelyn. Give this space. I think we saw a couple of people just joined recently, so just to reconfirm the context here, we are with Nairi and Tim from the BFI, and we are chatting about the marketing assistant role, which will be positioned within BFI as part of StoryTrails. Laura has just added in the FAQ about the StoryTrails placements that we have here, and we'll also drop a link into the chat with the application form. Applications close on Monday the 22nd, so that's this coming Monday at 5 p.m. Similarly, if you're here, I know I can see that some of you have been here for the day, so thank you so much for joining us. If there are some of these roles here that you think actually would be suitable to someone that we haven't yet reached or hasn't been able to join us today, please do share the links and spread the word, and you know, suggest people who might be interested in this, especially since you're hearing some more context about the role. And we strongly encourage people to apply. And the reason we've been having these sessions is so that you can ask these sorts of questions and kind of get a bit deeper than the brief detail we have on the website. Keith, you have your hand raised. Do you have something you wanted to? You'll need to unmute yourself again, please. Thanks.
Where would you be based, Grace?
Nairi, Tim?
Sorry, what was
where would we be based? Where would you be based? Oh, right. So yeah,
wherever you are, whatever works for you. The BFI is operating a kind of work where you can, where you need to. We have a sort of head office in Tottenham Court Road in London, and we have the BFI South Bank that some of the marketing team run out of, which is by Waterloo, but lots of our teams work remotely. It really depends on the nature of the role. so it depends where, you know, we're completely hybrid, depending on how you want to work, and what works best for you. We have, just to give you sort of an understanding of the site, I think we're 28 in the marketing team. We have a design team of about 6 or 7 graphic designers and video designers. We have a social media team and digital marketing team. Again, there's sort of 6 or 7 there, and then Nari's team, which is the campaigns marketing team, who runs sort of marketing strategy and that side of things, is probably 8 or 9 as well. And so it's a complex organization that has a lot of different activity, but certainly there's a good support network there. And we sit within the directorate, which is program and audiences. So we're focused on finding audiences for our public programs.
I'm based near Birmingham, so that wouldn't be a problem then, would it?
No, you can work wherever you live. That's not a problem. We have we have a finance director who's just joined, who lives in Glasgow. It's not a problem. Obviously, there may be some times where an in-person, in real life kind of meeting or session is needed, but apart from that, it's a lot of video calls, a lot of collaborative working online. It's not a problem.
One other thing while I'm on, did you know Sir Michael Balcombe was a Brummie, one of the guys who founded the BFI? And he went to my school. He went to my school, George Dixon Grammar School for Boys, after which George Dixon, the PC from Dixon of Dock Green, Evening Hall, was named.
Oh, there you go.
It's a small world. Following on from a question, Aliyah, you come in first and then I'll go. Hi.
Hi guys, thank you very much for this session. The question was about, I know that this placement is going to be 6 months, but I was wondering if there are like any further possibilities to continue with BFI, like how is going to be the mentorship, this kind of like future possibilities with the role.
That's a good question. We, as Tim sort of outlined, we're quite a big team at the BFI, and due to the kind of nature of our organisation, so obviously this role is a sort of to support a project, specifically to support a project, but actually due to the kind of nature of our organisation, projects like these actually happen reasonably often, and there are always opportunities within the team come up from time to time, or within the BFI come up from time to time. So even though this particular role isn't a progressive one, in its kind of in its nature, then there are we're always looking for good people, and when the opportunities arise, then yeah, there definitely are. It's definitely not a closed right. It's just this, and then we move on. But yeah, it's yeah. So there definitely are kind of things that come up from throughout the year that aren't just StoryTrails project.
I totally understand. I think it's a very good opportunity even to like network. So yeah, I have a second question as well, if it's all right. I was wondering the scope of the like social media like marketing role, because like is it like since the world is changing, everything's going to social media. Like how is the scope of the role itself? Like do you guys prefer more to produce in like social media channels? Like do you prefer someone like more into like a social media savvy?
Again, a really good question. I think that I think what we probably would be looking for is somebody who has an awareness of how to work with communities and to make relationships and to work on kind of an outreach level. This is sort of one of those projects we have that almost like you're marketing an event like this, and then within it you're marketing a kind of project like this. Within it you're marketing 15 separate events, and if you kind of look at it that way, then I mean, I assume. But I feel look at it that way, then actually we are looking for people that have can work across channels really, and can work creatively across channels. We already have like quite existing, as you can imagine, like large existing social media presence, for example, and also email presence. We've obviously got a very high traffic website, so there's a lot of tools already at somebody's disposal. But we will have a budget for this project, and we'd also expect somebody to be able to spend that wisely in the right way to engage audiences across the UK.
Thank you very much. It was so nice to meet you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Elia. So can I take from that that experience doing paid campaigns would be beneficial?
It would be beneficial, yes. Again, it's if a candidate can demonstrate that they are aware of the effectiveness of a paid marketing campaign, even if they've never personally executed it, but if they can demonstrate that they're aware of how to manage a budget, even if they've never done it in this particular context, then we would certainly consider that candidate. I mean, just in line with the kind of, you know, transition that James was kind of outlining earlier, then as long as the base skills are there, then we're sort of willing to work with a candidate at the right level for the right development and mentorship opportunities that they need.
That's excellent. I think that's really useful to hear and understand as well, that you don't necessarily have to have done it yourself or have been the lead or the manager on say a paid campaign or something like that, but certainly having the understanding and being able to use that in context to then go, how would you run a campaign like that?
I think it's also just to sort of add, I think lots of people will approach this from many different kind of angles, and I think you might have some parts of the experience that you think are required, and some that you might be bringing from your own personal life. You know, I'm sure you'll all be digital savvy. I'm sure you'll all have you'll be creators in one way or the other, you know, in your personal lives, even if you haven't been doing that professionally. So I don't think it's a prerequisite to have all the skill set. This is very much an opportunity for a placement to learn and develop yourself, as much as it is for the BFI to benefit from your creativity and your passion towards it. So if you're interested in audiences and sharing and you know, having people provide forms of entertainment and escape, then that's really critical too, you know. So don't feel like you need to have, you know, started as a, you know, started in various, you know, studied marketing at, you know, at whatever level of education, and then moved on into various marketing roles. That's not necessarily what we're looking for. Loads of people will have transferable skills from many different industries, whether it's technology or whether it's from other projects that they run themselves. So don't be shy in kind of being applying, and also just explaining where your experience comes from, because it doesn't always have to be a kind of linear progression.
That's really
Yeah.
useful to hear.
In fact, lots of people in the team don't necessarily have linear marketing backgrounds, and very few, I think, have, for example, studied marketing.
That's good. And can you tell me, is this role likely to be full-time, or is there any option or possibility of having it part-time, say 4 days a week, something like that?
We're definitely flexible. Sorry, no, we might disagree. But I mean, we're flexible, but it is where we have sort of based the thinking is very much like we run a film festival, the London Film Festival, and we bring in placements at the BFI for 6 months that work on a project end to end, and this very much has a timeline to it. So whilst we do very much support flexible working and sort of part-time working at the BFI, this project is, you know, it has a time frame, and so we'd be looking for a full-time position across that 6-month period, and we're quite flexible sort of exactly when that start date would be, but we're roughly looking for kind of sort of April to end of October next year. But equally, you know, if it's someone who says I can commit 4 days because the other day I can't because I'm doing X, Y, and Z, then, you know, I'm really open to that as an application, definitely. But if it was sort of I can do 1 day a week, then I don't think that's going to work.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you. Hi, Keith, you have your hand raised again. Would you like to unmute, please? Sorry, you're going to have to unmute, Keith.
Sorry about this. I seem to be taking over, Grace. I've written a Birmingham film trail, which I wrote that many years ago, Tim. It's not online anymore. I've got paper copies, but it's no longer online. I don't think I could provide a link. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. But how would I demonstrate the skill I have and knowledge I have about Birmingham and its film history in my application if I haven't got a link to the actual trail itself?
So I think I just want to clarify here that this particular role, the marketing assistant role, working with the BFI, will be working much more broadly across the whole of StoryTrails, which covers all of the 15 locations. So we won't necessarily be looking for, you know, specific knowledge or community connection in one area for this role. This is much broader. Yes, but however, if you aren't able to, you know, provide links, as Navi said, you know, a portfolio is not always necessary. I think it's about communicating through your application, you know, what tools, what skills, and what output you had from that. You know, who your audience is, how did you reach them, how did you engage communities? But yeah, this isn't the local project.
No,
this is on the
no, I
regional
know.
scale.
Thank you, Grace.
Okay, we have just a few more minutes. Does anybody else have any other questions that they wanted to ask our colleagues here? Hi, Evelyn, go ahead.
Hi, I guess it's just about when you talk about audiences you want to engage and communities, like it's just understanding what success looks like for this role. Like, is it to engage with people that normally wouldn't interact with the BFI? Is there a scope in this role to kind of go out to communities and reach out to them that way? It's just, I guess it's about who the target audience is in this role and what success looks like.
That's a really good question, and actually the truth of it is that we'll be partly defining that over the next few months, and probably with the successful candidate in scope before we decide. You know, these are our KPIs for the project. I think there's enough unknowns at the moment, just before we sort of say this is absolutely what success will look like. I mean, success will obviously look like the number of people who have engaged with each project, but because each of the projects are going to be, like, how we measure that engagement is still an unknown to us at this point in time. So being able to quantify that is something that we'll look to develop, and as I say, probably with that first in post. Just the question about going to communities, then I mean, obviously with 15 of them and one person, the way that we probably envisage approaching it is that you know, the successful candidate will identify the people in each places who can kind of really help them do that. So it's almost like you're disseminating information down and you're reaching out that way, rather than necessarily being really intimately involved in 15 different locations, because that might mean your time is spread a bit thin. Also, I tend to find with outreach that opportunities they differ so much from location to location. Sometimes it can be quite tactical, and it may be that you spend sort of more time doing outreach in one area, whereas in another area, actually social media is the key, and that's what you really deploy to reach your audiences in that area. But that's all kind of, I'm definitely getting ahead to May and June next year, and when we're kind of looking at the campaign, looking at how we reach how we reach that audience. Does that answer your question?
It does, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn and Navi. And I think it's also worth mentioning here that we have another marketing assistant role that will be positioned with StoryFutures Academy. So we hope that you'll stick around here, and we would love you to apply for the BFI, but there's always the StoryFutures role as well. And that within the team, so the whole StoryTrails team is very large. So we will be working, you know, the BFI and StoryFutures, along with our partners, will be all working together and communicating. And I think what we would like to see is you know, we're not going to be working in isolation. So the BFI aren't going to be doing their thing all on their own, and the marketing assistant role that comes in there won't be in isolation. We'll be working collaboratively across the partners. So does anybody else have any other questions or anything else they would like to say while we've got Tim and Navi here? Nyla, hi.
Hi, it's Neela. Sorry,
Neela,
I jumped on. Yeah, that's all right. Sorry, I jumped on late. Just lots of weird meetings. But I suppose my question is, so I'm a bit older to be applying for a market assistant. So I've worked in for people like Sky and Yahoo and very much digital product side of stuff. The reason I'm interested in this is I've really been studying and looking a lot at creativity, and I've always kind of not got involved with marketing, but kind of been on that side of it. Here's my product, go and market kind of thing. But this is interesting because of what you do and the whole framework. But I suppose from my perspective, is it a marketing assistant that you're looking for to develop their career? I'm kind of coming at this very much as it's a really interesting area that I've not developed, and I really enjoy parts of it, and I've always helped, and the creativity side of it. So I suppose my question really is it a marketing assistant you want to develop them? In which case this might not be for me anyway, but it definitely brings some interesting skills.
I think we know that what we need is somebody who can deliver the campaign, develop and deliver the campaign for the project, and that person won't be unsupported. That's kind of the purpose of where we are now. But actually having somebody who has 3 or 4 years experience, and this is the next kind of move on the ladder for them, I think that's kind of not the purpose, I suppose. I think that within a certain base of, we definitely would need somebody to have a certain level of confidence and have to work to a certain responsibility level, not unsupported, but in an area where some of the skills and experiences that we've been talking about today are at least transferable. Then that's what we'd be looking for. So if it's yeah, so it wouldn't be an assistant that we then move on to somewhere else within the BFI. I mean, this is as Tim said earlier, this is a 6 months, and it's a finite project.
Yeah.
But equally, it isn't somebody who's just graduated from university and is literally looking to quite practically develop some skills in the way that I think that some of the other I would imagine that some of the other kind of technical roles that have been talked about today are. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely. I think I'm more interested in the why and what you're doing as opposed to the, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, did we have any other questions? Could you just remind me, Tim, I think you've already answered this, but the size and structure of the team, or so would they be working directly with you, Tim, or you, Nairi, and what's that sort of like, what's the form of that team going to look like?
Yeah, sure. So we sit in a program and audiences directorate that is basically the creative heart of the BFI, and Nairi's team, which the role will report into Nairi, will be deliver all our creative marketing campaigns for all our activity, whether it's film festivals, National Archive activity, our DVD label, BFI player, all our different kind of commercial activities, cinemas and so on. And this is very much a partnership project, so it will be working with the sort of core team internally, but also with our we have a UK audiences team, which the project manager will be part of, and we sit adjacent to each other. And so that team is about delivering funding into the regions and the nations, so that we develop audiences outside of the BFI's own activity and premises. And so it'll be critically to kind of sit across those two teams within the BFI, and that audiences team within the BFI is the one who is working with the core project team for StoryTrails. So that's the sort of connection. And within the team, you will have the support of obviously that wider project team for StoryTrails, but within the BFI, you'll have a design team and resource, you'll have a social media team, and so collectively you'll have that support of a wider marketing team, but you'll also be a core part of, I imagine, a project team which will meet regularly and kind of share ideas. So it's not going to be, you're not going to be dropped in the deep end and say, right, here's this massive £1 million project, can you go and market it on your own? That's not the deal at all. It's about collaboratively working together to make us deliver for audiences across the UK in specific locations and digitally. So a mixture of the two will be really interesting, and you might have more kind of experience of doing things practically in a location, and you might have more experience of doing things digitally, or you might have both, but we're really interested to talk to people who've got a wide range of expertise. And it doesn't necessarily have to come from arts or from film or from the public sector or wherever, whatever experience you have is I'm sure is going to be relevant. So it's about kind of sharing why you think that is relevant for the role. Yeah, I mean, it should be really exciting. It's, you know, it's the first of its kind. So, you know, it's in some ways we're all learning. So I don't expect anyone to come with that kind of like, oh, I've done one of these before, because I don't think anyone has. So don't be worried about that.
Thank you. And can I just check with you? You might not know this off the top of your head. So we have obviously the application deadlines close on Monday, Monday the 22nd at 5 p.m. Do you know when you would be likely to interview? Are we looking at this side of Christmas or next year?
I actually don't know the answer to that because it's been with the project group.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
I think it might be the beginning of next year.
Yeah.
Oh, early next year. That is the clarification I've just had in my ear. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah. I'm glad you can answer your own question, because I don't know.
I know.
I think the critical thing is you need to be available from beginning or mid-April next year to work for a period of 6 months. You know, that's the really critical thing. But I'm sure we can, communicate the dates of when the interviews and things will take place. But yeah.
Super. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time. Tim and Nairi, I think we can let you go, and we will be having another session with StoryFutures team for the next role, which is the marketing assistant role. So Tim, Nairi, thank you so much for joining us. I think we might do that thing where we just pop you all back into the waiting room for a second, just so that we can regroup, and then we'll be back with Sarah Brandt and the StoryFutures team. Thank you.
Thanks for all the questions.
Thanks very much.
Thank
Nice to meet you all.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us or coming back to us. We have got Maddie Bates here, who is on the StoryTrails team, who's just going to give us a little bit of a brief overview of the StoryTrails project. So thanks, Maddie.
Thanks, Grace. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for coming today. I'm not sure how many of you have already been to the various placement webinars so far, but StoryTrails is a national project delivered by StoryFutures Academy and a number of different partners: ISO, Nexus, BFI, the Reading Agency, and Produce UK. It's a national storytelling project taking place across 15 different towns and cities next summer as part of Unboxed 2022. It'll be harnessing the stories of local people in local areas and using tools such as film and TV archive and obviously immersive technologies to tell their stories. We have a video which we'd like to show you, which shows Martin Green, who's the creative director of Unboxed, the nationwide program of festival activities, just telling everyone a little bit about what StoryTrails is. So Laura, would you mind playing that, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
StoryTrails will bring together augmented reality, new developments in 3D internet technology, and young creatives to shape one of the most ambitious people's history and archive projects ever undertaken. StoryTrails is a unique storytelling experience that will bring to life untold stories from the past, stories of belonging, and stories that will reanimate our public spaces, seeking to inspire a UK-wide conversation about who we are and where we're going. Town squares, local libraries, streets and cinemas will be transformed into virtual portals through which to explore stories of historical change in 15 locations across the UK in 2022, and of course through broadcast and digitally. The StoryTrails creative team will work closely with communities in each of the towns to uncover unknown, surprising and intriguing stories from the past. Today, the StoryTrails team begins recruiting 50 paid people from the next generation of UK creative talent who will work closely with individuals and communities to unearth the hidden stories of each city and town. And you can find out more again on unboxed2022.uk. StoryTrails is led by StoryFutures Academy, the UK's National Centre for Immersive Storytelling, which is part of Royal Holloway University of London, and the National Film and Television School. It's delivered in partnership with the British Film Institute, broadcaster and filmmaker David Olusoga, Uplands Television and leading immersive specialist ISODESIGN and Nexus Studios, and like so much of our programme, the BBC. It will be brought to life in the Reading Agency's national network of libraries and by event-making specialist Produce UK.
Thank you. I know a number of you have already probably watched this multiple times today, and so maybe we should do a quiz and you can win a box of chocolates if you can things about it. So thanks for bearing with it again. I'm going to hand over. So the webinar now is about our opportunity to work within the StoryFutures Academy team as a marketing assistant. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague Sarah Brown to just talk a little bit about what that opportunity will be. Thanks, Sarah.
Hi. It's great to meet you all. Yeah, my name's Sarah Brown. I'm the Marketing and Communications Manager for StoryFutures Academy. So you heard a bit about Martin, about who we are. We're based between Royal Holloway and the National Film and Television School in Beaconsfield. We actually sit in Beaconsfield at the National Film and Television School, and this role would as well. I think it is going to be a hybrid role, so there'll be some home working and some working in the office, so it'll be a kind of combination. So we work really closely with the film school and with Royal Holloway with everything that we do. So we are based in a lab environment. So we have lots of technology that we have access to. So we work across the whole gamut of kind of virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality. And one of the areas we're moving more into now is kind of virtual production. So the likes of The Mandalorian was filmed using virtual production, real-time technologies. And that's something we're working on at the moment. In terms of the specifics about the role, basically the role will be to support the marketing team to deliver the marketing communications plans for StoryTrails. So we would be doing a whole combination of activities. So looking to create content, to work on social media channels, to it's copywriting, proofreading, marketing campaigns. So whether that be emails, social media, website copy, looking at coming up with content plans and content calendars. Also helping with events. There'll be events happening, either virtual or in-person events. Another kind of key part of the role will be reaching out to partners in the local 15 towns that we'll be visiting. So it will be working closely with networks in those towns and cities all around the country, because the real objective is to try and get people along to the events that will be taking place next summer. So the role will really be about helping to recruit those people to take part in all these events that are going to be happening in these 15 towns, which are really exciting, engaging, immersive events that the whole family, all generations can get involved with. So we'll work really closely with trying to get the public to come along to these events, but also with the creative practitioners that will be on the ground in these cities. There'll be 2 in each city, and the role of the kind of marketing assistant will be to also collaborate with them, to work with them, to help them also be our kind of eyes and ears on the ground of the opportunities there might be to help us to reach these people and get them along to these events. So it'll be a really varied role. We also get the opportunity to work with our colleagues at the National Film and Television School, which is mainly a postgraduate film school for people looking to go into the creative industry. So we've got a great access to a lot of facilities and networks there, as will you. And also with Royal Holloway, our kind of research and development colleagues at Royal Holloway, we also work really closely with them. So there's a chance to get some amazing exposure to the technology side of things, to the research side of things, to the marketing and kind of communications aspects as well. In terms of who we're looking for someone that's got an interest in those things. So whether it be communications, marketing, technology, social media. We're looking for someone who's, you know, may not know everything, but has some skills in those areas. And there'll be, you know, opportunities for training and development and kind of mentorship to support you in the role. And, you know, we're ideally looking for someone who's quite social media savvy. You know, a lot of the focus nowadays is on digital marketing and social media. So that'll be a key element of the role, whether it be kind of paid marketing or outreach or, you know, native posting and organic posts and things like that as well. Design skills are also a big bonus. So any knowledge of things like Canva, Photoshop, editing skills, that kind of thing is a real benefit as well. And yeah, as I said, it'll be probably it's going to be a hybrid role with, you know, mostly remote working with some days at Beaconsfield in Buckinghamshire, which is easily commutable from London. There's a really great atmosphere on campus. There's a real buzz. It's a great place to work, easily accessible to London and elsewhere. There's parking on site and things like that. So if you've got any specific questions about the location as well, by all means ask. I think those are the key things really, but it's a really brilliant team to work for. We all have really varied skill sets, so we get to work with real specialists in the technology, but we work with colleagues on the research side, on the marketing side, producers. So we work across the whole kind of spectrum. We get a chance to work with a lot of external partners across the industry. So we work with people like the Arts Council, UKRI, Screen Skills, and lots of other colleagues at the BFI, for example. We work really closely with them. So we collaborate with a lot of different partners and companies. So we get, again, a lot of people that we can network and build relationships with. So the role is a communications and marketing role, but we kind of span the whole program and span all of the projects. So we get a chance to get involved in all of those. So yeah, I think that's the main information really. But if you've got any questions to ask, feel free. Otherwise, I think Grace has got a couple that she wants to ask.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, so Laura, there you are, Laura. Hi, you will be popping, if you could just pop the link in the chat. So we'll just put the link in the chat again to both the FAQ sheet for these partner placements and also for the actual application as well. As you will have seen, you need to scroll a little bit through the website before you find the link to apply for this role. And the deadline for applications is Monday, the 22nd. So Monday come in at 5 p.m. So before I jump in, does anybody have any questions? Would anyone like to raise their hand or pop a question in the chat, either about StoryFutures Academy, or this role, the marketing assistant role for StoryFutures? Laura, you have a question. Did you want to unmute?
Hiya, sorry, I realised I put that in the wrong part of the chat. But thanks everyone for the intro, and thank you, Sarah, for laying that out a bit clearer. I wasn't here for the other parts of today, so I was actually wondering if the 15 events you're speaking of are part of the Unbox 2022 project.
They are, Laura. So it's one of the 10 commissions that Unboxed have made. So it will kind of sit under the umbrella of the whole Unboxed program.
So yeah, the StoryTrails project is one of 10 projects that's going to be part of Unboxed. Unboxed is kind of the umbrella brand, if you think of it like that, and there's 10 kind of sub-brands or sub-projects, but the projects effectively are the festival. So it's all in one, the same thing. The 15 number I think you're referring to, so our specific project is going to be across 15 different cities across the UK. So it's going to be touring around those 15 cities throughout next summer.
We're essentially getting a van, or a slightly grander version of a van, and touring from Omagh to in Northern Ireland to Lewisham and Lambeth and London, across different library sites and creating different mobile AR walking trails and community-led immersive installations across each of those 15 places.
Wow, sounds amazing. And I'm guessing this is the part of Unbox 2022, which is concentrated specifically on immersive rather than other different media.
Yeah, so yes, we're an immersive project within the Unboxed 2022 portfolio. Obviously, it's a project that's using immersive technologies. StoryTrails is using immersive technologies to unlock hidden histories and local local narratives and stories around community. So it's an ambitious project, and it's got it's very much sort of locally driven as well, to try and engage in each area that we're going to.
Yeah, and that's a really good point about the immersive side, because obviously what we do and what we specialize in is immersive technology, but what we don't want to do is we don't want that to put people off taking part. So actually what we want to do is make it very accessible to everyone. Yeah. So when we do go to these cities, we want to avoid the use of, jargon and technology, and it's about storytelling, finding hidden and community stories, and actually it's just a new way of telling those stories, and for what people to experience them through a headset or through using augmented reality. So it's just about having fun, taking part, but also it being very local and very relevant to the people that we're going to target. So that's a real challenge from a communications point of view, is trying to get that messaging right, to make sure we get the right people along and don't put them off by having all these kind of technological terms. So it's a really good question.
Oh, thank you. That sounds really exciting and ambitious as well. I'm sure it'll be great.
Thank you, Laura. Do we have anyone else have any other questions at this moment? Yeah, Nila, hi.
Hi, thank you for that. It's so interesting. Just a clarification, really. So would this role be focusing on the back end of the project, in the sense that, or will it be also trying to source and find the people that are going to be involved in and the community stories? Is it end to end from that perspective, or are you kind of picking up from where other people have kicked off the project already? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. So basically we are hiring 50 different people to do different jobs. The people that we're hiring here are really about producing the content and getting people to take part in this event, so this specific role. So we'll have 2 people based in each city, so that's being recruited for separately. And they will be kind of our eyes and ears on the ground to kind of engage with those communities. So this role at StoryFutures Academy would be working with them and working more on a kind of national level, to look at opportunities that would span the whole project, but also kind of local nuances and individual opportunities that there would be in each city. So this person would get involved in the whole project, and would have contact with these people in the local area. So we're talking about, for example, setting up a Facebook group with these 30 creative practitioners that will be 2 in each city. And it might be that we then reach out via the Facebook groups to get ideas from them. So we can say, right, in Blackpool, what can we do in Blackpool to reach these people? How can we target them? What local marketing and PR opportunities are there in Blackpool, for example? And then we'll look at it more holistically and say, okay, would this also work in Lewisham, for example? And there'll also be some sort of top-down ideas where we'll say, look, this is what we'd like to do, some paid Facebook ads in these cities, for example, and we then coordinate that kind of centrally. So it will be a kind of give and take. There'll be, again, national things through industry, through arts organisations nationally, but there'll also be a lot of local activity. So I think it'll be quite interesting, because you'll have a nice balance of both.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, will other people perhaps think of some other questions? Sarah, so you mentioned about the sort of skills that you're looking for. There's experience using social media and doing social media outreach, both organic and paid, and also some digital designing skills, so use of Canva. Are there any other is there any other sort of technical skills or software skills? Do people need to be experienced in Adobe or not? If you could just tell us a bit more about, what sort of perhaps technical skills you're looking for?
Yeah, absolutely. So, ideally what we're looking for is, a lot of people are self-taught these days. Things like Canva, you can kind of teach yourself. So we're looking for people that either have the skills or are willing to learn them, or have got some kind of aptitude. So Don't be put off if you can't do all of those things. Those are sort of our ideal scenario, but we're looking for people that are willing to kind of learn, and we can put training in place to kind of train people up. But if people have, Photoshop skills or editing, InDesign kind of skills, then great. But again, with things like Canva, if you may or may not have come across it before, those are kind of things you can teach yourself, and we have sort of certain templates and things set up. So if you aren't so kind of creatively inclined, there's ways to kind of work around that. So we're just looking for someone that's got ideas, got enthusiasm, energy, and is looking to get stuck in and help us kind of deliver this project. So they'll be joining at a time that's kind of when things are really ramping up, and just before the whole program launches. So it's a chance to have input. It's not just about having things delegated to you to do. It's about coming up with the ideas and actually sort of instigating things and leading certain things. So whilst it's an assistant role, it is an important role, and they will have some autonomy with what they do within the team, because we're a busy team, so we all kind of work and collaborate together. And they'll be part of, that's another thing to say, I guess, is they'll be part of a wider team. So we have team meetings, so we talk, we share ideas. So even if we work remotely, you've still got that sense of being part of the team. So I think that's important. We have weekly team meetings, and we meet up in person and things like that. So I think it's important to feel like you're part of that team if you're working on this project. So yeah, that's another point to make.
Sorry, Grace. I was just going to say, I think as well, following on from that, it'll be really important as marketing assistant on the project to feel like you're part of the wider project team as well, in terms of the partners and everything, so that you've got that sense and understanding of what the project's about and who we're working with in order to deliver it. So there'll be opportunity for you to come to partner-wide meetings and things like that to understand the project from that point of view too.
Yeah, and it might be likely, for example, that the BFI marketing assistant, if any of you are on for that call, may well liaise with the marketing assistant for StoryFutures Academy. So yeah. I think it's, that there will be, there's a kind of project team, as you said, for StoryTrails, but I think there'll also be some sub-project teams where people can collaborate at different levels and make sure we're all kind of maximising and working with each other. So the BFI, for example, we work with already, so we reach out to them to support us with things that we do and vice versa. So it's a very collaborative environment, and everyone's kind of there to support each other and help each other and make a success ultimately of the project.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a really valid point. I think the majority of people here were here for the previous session with the BFI, and so knowing that you'd be working across those teams, it's definitely not in isolation. Hi, Sasu, you've got your hand out. Would you like to unmute?
Hi. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask real quick, how often will the in-person days at Beaconsfield be? Do you have a rough idea of what the hybrid working is like?
Good question. At the moment, I can tell you what we're doing at the moment. What will happen in sort of spring next year, I'm not 100%. At the moment, we're doing around 1 day a week. So that's what we're doing at the moment. That may increase into the new year, but I think that's a point for sort of negotiation. If you were to apply, we could discuss that at a later date. So it's not set in stone, but I think we would need some days that we would need to be in person to collaborate in the best possible way. So we wouldn't want it to be 100% remote, but I think there is some room for sort of negotiation. And we have a few team members that work part-time within the team. So there's definitely, not for this role, there wouldn't be an opportunity to work part-time, but what I mean is, there's flexibility and we're very sort of amenable to, different people's needs and things. So we can definitely discuss that.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm actually keen on working in person as well, like a balanced approach, hybrid approach to working. Yes, I'm keen on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're moving. I think it will increase. I hope so. I'm keen to get back in more days a week than 1 day a week. So yeah, I would say by that point it may well be 50-50. Okay. 2 to 3 days a week. But I don't know. But Grace and Maddie, do you have a sense? Because I think it feels a bit far away, but hopefully we'll get to that point by the end of the winter. Things will start to open up a bit, hopefully.
Yeah, it's very hard to predict, but we're hoping, like you said, because obviously we have to organize teams around guidance as well. But we're hoping that there will be a hybrid mode by early next year, so that people can have that in-person touch points to because obviously you realize how valuable that is for collaboration, as well as allowing for remote working too, just for that flexibility, and also because of the wider circumstances that we're all in. But sorry, I can't give you a definite answer on that, unfortunately, because it's contingent on things which are outside of our control. But we'll do our best to make sure that there are in-person touch points through the placement.
Of course, thank you.
Right.
Thank you. So yeah, I think worth making the point that this is a full-time role rather than a part-time role. What was I going to ask? So I think based on some of the questions that we had in the previous session, it would be great just to talk through from your perspective, Sarah, about what you're looking for in my question is, oh, I can't even spit it out. I think it's been a long day. Does the applicant need to have exact like-for-like experience? Are you looking for someone that has already worked in immersive and arts and culture, or can someone come from a different background, be it corporate or perhaps doing social campaigns for an unpaid project? Do they need to come from the exact same role, or are there other transferable areas that will be accepted?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're looking for, I would say, probably the skills, not necessarily the industry. I think the skills are more important, and I think they're definitely transferable from different sectors. I think it's just about having a willingness and an openness to kind of, if they were to take the placement, to do some kind of prior learning around the different technologies, just so that when we're reaching out and communicating and doing campaigns, that they have an understanding of those technologies. But again, there are opportunities to get involved with that actually at the NFTS in Beaconsfield, because we have things like the VR headsets, some augmented reality kind of tests and things that we can do. So we can arrange, some research prior to the placement starting to do kind of in your own time. And then also we can arrange some things actually when you come in. So I think it's just about being able to kind of hit the ground running. It's a limited time, the placement, so it's really to get the most out of it, is to be willing to kind of learn and immerse yourself, pardon the pun, in those technologies and kind of getting to know them. But we can help with that for sure.
Thank you. So does anyone have any other questions or anything else they'd like to put to Sarah or to Maddie about the festival, or to me about how placements work? Okay, I think we might have answered all of the questions. So in the chat there, we've got the link to the application forms. We've also got the FAQ. Laura, could you just reshare the email address, just in case there's any other thoughts or something pops into your head after you've left here? Thank you very much. So yeah, if you think of anything and you'd like to follow up, then please do. Actually, I have a question with regards to the application, Sarah. Are you looking for, does it require any level of portfolio sharing, or can someone communicate their experience in words rather than pictures?
I mean, if they have anything to share, any links or anything, by all means. But I think we're happy to review that, and then obviously we can discuss it in the interview.
Super, thank you. So yeah, the application deadline is Monday, the 22nd at 5 p.m. on the dot. The application portal will close at 5, so please do make sure you get it in on time.
Grace, a question for you actually. Roughly how long does the application form take to complete? Because I know with these things, sometimes you think, oh, it will only take half an hour, but does it take a while to go through, or how long would you say it takes to complete?
No, this is quite a short one, actually. Okay. I would say it almost borders on expression of interest rather than a full-blown application where you're having to put in all your past history and things like that. It's not one of those where, you have to like dig out 10 years of experience and tell people what you did in your first job. We are more interested in why you're interested in the role, what your skills are, how they're transferable, understanding the project as a whole, which is why we've had this opportunity to kind of talk about it in more detail. So yeah, we would rather have something that is succinct and to the point and really like nails it, rather than, you know, War and Peace level novel about your life.
Yeah, I just thought it's worth knowing, because I know, you know, when you do these online ones and they take you like 2 hours and you think, oh God, and then it doesn't save and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I would always recommend copying and pasting the questions into a Word doc, and
Word
you
document
know,
first and then
no one wants to
paste.
time out. Yeah. No, that's frustrating.
That's happened to me.
Just to add to that, Sarah, I helped create the form, so it shouldn't take too long. So back of house. So yeah, you're all good to go. So yeah, next Monday's the deadline. So it shouldn't take you too long.
Yes. And if it does, blame Laura. No, not really. It won't be that difficult. But yeah, as I say, if you've got any questions or thoughts, please drop us a line, and we will try our best to reply to you before Monday. Oh, Keith, you got in there just in time. You have your hand raised. Remember, you need to unmute. There we go.
Just wanted to say, I started my application about 4:15 yesterday afternoon, and because my watch was wrong, I missed the deadline by a minute. So it took me about half an hour really to do it, or just 3/4 of an hour. So if that's any use to anybody as a guideline. Obviously you want to hone it to be the best application you possibly can. But I'd agree, it is quite a short application and very, very succinct and very, very to the point.
Thanks, Keith. So yes, learn from that. Maybe start a little bit earlier. But yes, we hope that you are all able to get your applications in, and we really encourage you all to pop your applications in as soon as possible.
Have you said about applying for multiple roles? That question might have already been asked. Can people apply for multiple roles or not?
Nobody has asked that, and yes, you can, for sure. So yeah, as we will know from Keith's unfortunate experience, some of the deadlines have already passed for some of the 50 roles, but of these placement opportunities, we do accept and encourage you to apply for more than one role if you feel you are suitable. We obviously have 2 marketing assistant roles, one for StoryFutures and one for BFI, so there's obviously a lot of crossover there. So if you are interested in one, would really like to encourage you to apply for one of the others. You know, there could be crossover between this and the digital designer role, if you are a bit more about the content creation side of things. So yeah, we welcome multiple applications. Also, if you've sat here today and you feel either that it's for you or perhaps it's not for you, but you think of someone else that these roles could be suitable for, we would really encourage you to share the links to these applications, share the FAQs, and we are continuing to do outreach and having conversations throughout the week about these roles. So if you would like to talk about it in any more detail, or you know someone who has unfortunately missed today's session, send them our way and we will have a chat with them.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Great. Nice to meet you all. And
Thank you.
Thank you all. So we have 2 more sessions coming up today. We are going to be joined by Produce UK, who are looking for a production assistant and events assistant, which is a really cool role that, again, there might be crossover between those of you who are interested in these marketing assistant roles and the event roles. And then at 4:15, we will be joined by Uplands TV, who are looking for a TV researcher role. So again, there's still plenty of time to be able to share the link and join us on these webinars. So thank you so much, Sarah.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah.
And thank you, Maddie.
Great to meet you.
Maddie.
Thank you. We are going to pop you all back into the breakout, the waiting room, so that we can just have a little breather, and we will see you shortly. Thanks a lot. Hello. Welcome back. and / thank you for joining us. Just give it a second while everyone connects to audio. I think that's nearly it. Thank you again for joining us. So we're here again with Maddie, who I'm going to hand over to give a brief overview of the project, and then she'll be able to introduce our partners here from Produce. So thank you, Maddie, over to you.
Thanks, Grace. Hi, everyone. I may have seen or met some of you in the previous webinar. So yeah, I'm the program manager for StoryTrails, which is one of the 10 commissions commissioned by Unboxed and will be due to be delivered next summer, 2022. It's a national immersive and history-based storytelling project that will be based across 15 different towns and cities across the UK. StoryFutures Academy are working with Produce UK, BFI, ISO, Nexus, Uplands TV, and the Reading Agency to bring to life hidden histories, personal stories, personal narratives through exciting emerging technologies and through the support of a number of different creative practitioners, and obviously through the people who will be applying for this placement amongst many others. So we're really delighted to have you all here. And we're delighted to have Catherine and Lana from Produce to tell you a bit more about the work that Produce will be doing. Obviously one of our key partners, and will be driving the live event aspect of the showcase next summer. So super exciting and great to have them both here to tell you a bit more about it. So can I hand over to you, Catherine and Lana?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
I'm just going to take over the screen sharing, hopefully. Yes.
Perfect. Brilliant.
Hi there, I'm Catherine Borowski. I'm the founder of Produce UK. And here I've got Lana with me as well, who's one of our project directors. And you'll be hearing a bit more from Lana as we go ahead. We thought it would be good to kind of give you a bit of a snapshot about us as an agency, as a collective, so that you kind of get the feel and the vibe for how we work. Primarily, we are an artistic event making and placemaking agency. We specialize in anything of a live event nature and generally within the public realm. That's kind of how we've evolved over the past few years. I founded the agency back in 2004. We actually started as a party production company, but with my background as an artist and in fine art, and working with brands such as Nike and 3Mobile, that evolved into becoming pure event production, what we do. So placemaking, we help cities and developers create destinations that people want to hang out in. So that is places like King's Cross, IQL in Stratford. We're just working at the moment on a creative wayfinding project in Park Royal and Old Oak, which, if you know it, it's a really industrial landscape without any wayfinding and without any kind of notable bits of beauty, really. So we're creating an art trail in this area to brighten up people's days on their way to the tube or on their way to school. The event making side of the business, we do everything from concept development, event design and curation, art curation, location finding, staff and event management, and we do full service turnkey stuff. So we do all the budgeting, health and safety, and insurance.
Brilliant. Catherine, I'm happy to take over on some of the projects.
Perfect.
Okay, just because I'm on my phone, sorry, I'm using my my phone for Zoom today. Could you do Command L just so it's full screen?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Lana.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Brilliant. So Slidertron, I can talk about this project because this is one of the ones I've worked on with lovely Catherine here. So we originally pitched to Quintain, who look after Wembley. They're the landowners of Wembley, and we pitched to do the future of Christmas. So not just to do a standard grotto that most of the developments have, but what can we do that makes Christmas memorable and fantastic? So we came up with an interactive and immersive Christmas tree installation, and if you can see at the very top on the right hand side, there was a platform which people could walk to the very top of this Christmas tree and see the development and how Wembley's changing. This had lots of press, as you can see here, Metro, Evening Standard, Time Out. I think I was even snapped on one of those pictures going down the slide. I had to stand in, which was really funny as well. But yeah, brilliant press, and it was very popular. Lots of people came down to see this, and we won a couple of awards, including Best Retail Experiential Activation. So this was a fun one to work for Wembley. Other things we've done for Wembley, we've done this a few times actually, but we've curated their Spanish Steps. So just behind, if you can see, there's Wembley Stadium themselves, and we've done quite a few different, we've commissioned artists to create artworks on these steps. So it changes a few times each year, but again, one, I think not an award this time, but we've done named as Time Out's Best Interactive Installation. So lots of people come down, and you'll probably see it across Instagram as well when we update it each time.
What we love about this piece is it's turned a concrete set of steps that nobody has ever noticed before in their lives into a hangout and a place, not only for Instagram, but for people to take their sandwiches and their coffee, and it became a real kind of lunchtime destination. As you can see at the top right hand side, we used it as an amphitheatre as well and had lots of dance productions.
So that was for Wembley, and for King's Cross, we've done multiple projects. Again, we've worked with them since 2011 on various placemaking strategies and events. But Catherine, I don't know if you're a bit better to talk about this project.
Yeah. So King's Cross, I mean, you may or may not know, but once upon a time was a kind of real no-go area. You just didn't hang out there unless you were going to a club. When Argent bought the land, they started turning it into a place to live and a place to study and work. We were brought in as part of the in-house events and enlivenment team to bring and change perceptions of the area. So we did a whole series of family events and bringing people into the area. One of our favourites was this one here. That was a Victorian Historic Festival. So there wasn't a Queen Victoria in sight. There was no velvet or anything gold. It was really kind of dealing with the gritty, grotty side of King's Cross. So we had rat catchers. You can probably see here that we did a chimney set build. So we sent kids up the chimneys so that they could really feel almost firsthand what it felt like to be a Victorian child. I think, Lana, you're muted.
Sorry, again, the benefits of using Zoom on your phone. But yeah, lots of just to add about the Victorian Festival, lots of the projects we work on are for all ages. So it's, you know, whether you're bringing your 3-year-old or your grandmother, most of the projects that we're using for public facing events, everyone should have a great time. The next project that Catherine's just moved on to was the Hyundai Fan Dome. So this was also based at King's Cross, but when we originally pitched to Hyundai, they were the official sponsors of the UEFA's, not the one we've just had, the one prior, but they wanted to show the football in more of a creative and credible and PRable way. So we came up with the idea of Football Heaven. So we did a 40-metre structure with a 91-metre wraparound screen, and that basically reacted to whatever happened in the game itself. So if there was a penalty, there'd be like a huge beating heart with sound effects and, you know, cherubs all around. It was really immersive. So it's more of a theatrical way to watch football rather than a standard fan zone, which people kind of think of beers and hot dogs, for example. But again, really good press. We had 37,000 fans signing up, and each day we had nearly 3,000 on site. But yeah, really good response, I would say, overall. And again,
I was just going to jump in and say, so as an example, we looked after everything from planning permissions to structural design and build, right through to the security and the consumer experience and wayfinding from the tube into the stadium itself.
Yes, that was literally an end-to-end consumer experience we planned. And as Catherine said, all the details as well. Cool. King's Cross, the Roman one. Would you like to talk about that one as well?
So this was so following on from the success of the Victorians, we decided to do a Roman historic festival. And this was inspired by the mythology of Queen Boudica being buried under St Pancras train station. So we turned Granary Square into a Roman Colosseum, and as you can see, we had battles and horses and snake charmers and Spartacus, and we had lots and lots of fun this day. We kind of turned it into a bit of a carry-on singing experience where everybody got given a song sheet and we had these massive sing-alongs. So this was something where we really wanted to do an educational piece, but it had to be really good fun as well.
Thank you. Yes, so another one that we've done for King's Cross, because we've worked with them for so many years, we used to do a kind of sports day for them, but by year 4 it turned into like a health and wellness festival. So we literally again done end-to-end consumer experience and project management, and we took over the whole development. So it wasn't just the sports day, you could do things such as canoeing, or you could do cycling. As you can see in the top right image, there was abseiling as well. So it was something that could everybody could enjoy. We even had, for more of our elderly guests, we had bowls, a bit of a bowls experience too. So it was for everybody could have a great time. One of the most interesting finds was lots of people turned up for the health and wellness talks as well, mindfulness sessions. So it was for health and wellness in all its forms. Brilliant. Yes, so another one of our clients is Lend-Lease, and this was by Stratford in East London. And the reason we're showing you this is just to give an example of more of our placemaking. So not all of our projects are events based. So we did a full placemaking strategy for IQL. It's a new development. And this one, for example, was a simple but beautifully created garden. So we could hold kind of gardening workshops, as you can see, but it was also, again, very PRable, and it was a place that was, again, dead land that we've enlivened, so people could either go and have their lunch in one of the deck chairs, and then a following year there was an outdoor cinema experience. So it was really, I think it's still in place, Catherine, up till now, which is really good. Didn't just last for the 1 year that we did the placemaking for.
Meet You in Eden. So we took over a derelict retail space in Regent's Place, which is close to Warren Street Tube Station. And the client said, okay, we've got this space, what should we do? So we came up with the idea of a sustainable cafe. And so everything you see here was sourced from either recycled, upcycled, or found and reupholstered. So everything, so the screens that we used, because we created an auditorium, the screens and that we used were from the old Facebook offices, and we wanted to create something that was commercially viable as well, and a place that people could go and have their lunch in, and was also a community space that was bookable for people to have workshops and to do yoga and to hold classes in there. We did the full design as well as principal designer of the build as well. So it was quite a departure from our usual event side of things, but it just shows you the breadth of stuff that we do. A lot of the work we do is also, as well as event management, we do a lot of design and sourcing of materials. So around the bar, I think you can probably kind of see all the tiles that we used came from the Venice Biennale that was designed by Assemble. So we tried hard to use existing products. One of our ongoing projects is, as I mentioned before, I'm also an artist, and one of our ongoing projects is Skip Gallery, and it is just that, it's an art gallery in a skip. So we started it about 4 years ago, and we collaborate with artists, both emerging artists and established artists, to create art installations. And these works can pop up on any street corner, anywhere that you can access with a skip, we can put an art exhibition in. So we've just done one near City Airport that had 15 artists. And our whole idea really is to take art outside the gallery and make it accessible to real people. And that's an ongoing project that you know, if you work with us, you'll probably get involved with that. And that might be from scouting a location to meeting with an artist and working on the production of an artwork. And that's us.
That's everything. Yeah, thanks Catherine as well. I think yeah, I know we showed you quite a bit of the things we've done, but as Catherine said, we want to show the breadth. So if you work with us, you might not necessarily be working on a live event. You might be doing something which is more of our skip gallery, arts based, or some more of our placemaking strategies as well. So I hope we've given a nice examples there.
Thank you, Catherine and Lana. That's been excellent to see what you do, and I think certainly some of the vibrancy around the colours, you can really start to see how this is going to connect to StoryTrails. So could you give us a bit of an insight into what your role is going to be as a partner on StoryTrails?
Yes, of course. So we will be doing the on-site event production. So at the moment, I'm doing a mini tour of the locations we'll be going to. So we are doing 15 locations throughout the UK. We will be not only planning the vehicle route, but also, as I said, on-site installation, running the live event, and the D-rig as well. So when I say running the live event, we're doing everything from liaising with each of the venues, security management, dealing with our brand ambassadors as well. So our event hosts who will be running the event on the day, as well as full-on production of all the separate event aspects.
And I should add as well that, as I mentioned, we're running the events across 15 different locations. So as you can see from Produce's portfolio, they've done amazing work in sort of bringing to life different kinds of locations and picking up on different themes that sort of speak to the atmosphere and the personality of each location. So that'll be part of the exciting work that you'll be doing, won't it, as a partner on the project.
Yes, really exciting. And so you are looking for an events production assistant. Can you just tell us a little bit about that role? What sort of person are you looking for, and what experience are you hoping they will bring?
Yeah, so we're looking for, so I've just written some notes down here, and I think in a nutshell, we're looking for a ballsy, brilliant event production assistant, someone who's highly organized, a self-starter. We like it if someone's got a bit of an entrepreneurial mind, so that they're good at lateral thinking. We find that that's a skill that really comes in handy on our event production. Communication is key because, as Lana mentioned, our audience is massive. It might be from a 3-year-old child up to an older person, and it's people from all different backgrounds. So being able to and being confident to speak to people from all walks of life is essential. We would like someone who is proficient and experienced in Adobe software, so Photoshop, Illustrator. If you can do Cinema 4D as well, that would be amazing. We do a lot of our work on Keynote, so if you don't know it, that's fine. You can pick that up, it's very easy. And the role could be anything from scouting locations and venues to sourcing new suppliers, designing a creative identity for a project or a new destination, and applying that creative identity to wayfinding or signage. I have a background in art, but it's not essential, but I'd say an interest in art, or at least popular culture, is essential as well, so that you know what's kind of going on in the world, and getting stuck in.
Excellent. It sounds like a really diverse role, and one that is perhaps more creative than a production role perhaps usually would be. You know, one might assume that it would be quite logistics heavy, but this sounds like it's really nicely creative as well. Can I ask, are you looking for people who have got direct like-for-like experience, or are you open to receiving applications from people who perhaps have worked in other areas but have the either skills or mindset that they could apply and transfer?
Yes, I think definitely. I think those transferable skills, you know, are perfect for us.
Great. So yeah, it's good to know that you don't have to have necessarily done this sort of large scale events work, but if you have an entrepreneurial mind, you have an understanding of how to reach audiences, how to be and think creatively as well as holistically, that sounds really interesting. Catherine, are you still sharing your screen? Would you mind? Thank you, just so that I can see the rest of the room here. Thank you. So yeah, it's great to have Catherine and Lana here to not only introduce us into produce, and so it will give you gives you more of a insight into how StoryTrails is going to come about in a very physical way. 'Cause throughout the day we have been looking at the more digital applications of it and the way in which we are connecting and telling stories. So the slides you've shown there have really helped us visualize how this is going to be a physical event as well. Keith, I see that you have your hand up. If you'd like to unmute, you could ask your question. There we go.
Hi, Catherine. You're right.
Hello.
Right. I've got lots of experience of delivering events, from a Birmingham University alumni event with Chris Tarrant to a ballet school launch when it relocated to Birmingham from Camberley in Surrey, and various ones in between, an event for Indian independence in 2008 when I worked at Birmingham City Council in the investment team. But I'm conscious that my experience is quite in the past. I mean, I left that current role in 2010, and I've done no event experience since then, really, other than working community events. But I just wondered whether that would count against me, or would my experience, and how would I show that experience? Because yes, I can write it on my CV, but you won't know whether I'm, you know, whether it's actually, well, I suppose you could Google it or something like that, but yeah.
So just to thank you, Keith. I think just to summarize your question there, so it's a question is, you know, how recent relevant experience needs to be, and I guess the second part of that question is, do applicants need to have a portfolio to demonstrate their experience? Yeah, I think that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really good questions. In terms of your experience, I think if you've got relevant experience, I'm pretty sure that event management and organization should be like riding a bicycle, that, you know, you've kind of got some muscle memory and it should all come flooding back to you. I think that's absolutely fine. And I think, as Grace has said, a portfolio would really help to tell kind of your story. So as we've put something together that gives you a flavor of us as a company, then I think that would be really helpful. And that could just be some bullet points, it could be some photographs, it could be a mood board, just a way of telling your story.
It's all on my CV, Catherine, but I've never created a storyboard or anything like that, and I haven't got Adobe experience or Photoshop experience either.
Yeah, well, these are the skills that we really prize. They're highly prized on our side of things. So I'd say that if that's something that you want to go for, I mean, it might be worth looking into it and doing some kind of pre-training, or, you know, deciding if that's something that you want to invest your time into.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's a really useful and valid point, Catherine. You've just said there about, you know, what is a portfolio, and I think it can be a bit of a mystery sometimes, but as you say, you know, just a way of being able to perhaps more visually curate your story. It doesn't have to necessarily be linked to a lot of heavy work, but just a way to communicate who you are and present yourself in that way. Could be really useful, but similarly, you know, bullet points and I just spot the dog there, Neela. It is a really great way of being able to communicate, you know, what you've done, but it really comes down to what skills you have, what you're bringing across, and not that you have to necessarily have done like for like, but what are those transferable skills? How can you think and work creatively whilst also delivering, you know, what can be a very big project? Do we have any other questions at the moment? Yeah, Neela, hi.
Yeah. The dog wants to get in on the act.
Yeah.
Lovely.
It's called Dobby. There you go.
Oh.
All right. I love what you're doing. I love the embodiment side of everything you've done. It's really energetic and really, it just fills me with a lot of energy. So that's great. In terms of balance of, I know I kind of worked on lots of different events before. I've done Canva, not necessarily Photoshop, not that, well, I have used Photoshop, but I could always rely on the graphics to pick up what I was trying to convey. However, what kind of balance are you looking for there in terms of that sort of creativity and divergent thinking and then organization to, is it you're trying to visualize what you're trying to get across? Is that, or are you actually creating that as well?
Yeah, I think both. I think that's a really interesting question. I think that if your graphic skills aren't that strong, that's also fine, because maybe you've got amazing organizational skills, but the kind of graphic side of things is something that you'd be willing to kind of pick up and sort of run with. So the weighting, it's not clear. I think it would be, because it's such a kind of sort of almost personal, bespoke role, that I think that will come out kind of in conversation, really, because of course it's an investment of your time. So you need to really work out what you want from the role and what you'd like to, you know, where you'd like to go with it as well. So I think, you know, we tend to work quite collaboratively, and if we've got someone who's hyper creative, brilliant, we can kind of let them run with it, and, you know, maybe they're going to create some immersive world, but they haven't got, you know, but they can't organize and they can't excel for toffee, you know. So it, you know, we're really, but then we've got some people who are amazing at holding budgets and are like the most amazing producers, but, you know, give them a pen and paper and they're kind of running out the door. So it's, you know, we have our ideal, but we are flexible.
Yeah, and just to add on that, I think, as Catherine said, you know, we've had lots of different freelancers come and go, and I do think it's whatever your passion is, we'll try and expand on that. So if you have a real passion for graphic design, then we'll be able to give you more projects to work on in graphic design. If you are more of an organizer, then we'll try and play to those strengths as well. Because we have such a wide breadth of projects, we can always kind of give you the projects that you would like to work on and the parts of the projects you like to work on. But from sorry, you've mentioned your dog. My cat's now just scratching the back of my chair. Apologies if you hear that. I think she feels a bit trapped. But I think from our perspective, just going back to the role, more of a flexible attitude. We want someone who's self-motivating. So someone who, you know, if we were to set a task, you not only finish a task, you might also have something else you want to bring to the table. You know, we want someone who's got the passion for events, if you know what I mean. So it's not just a case of just doing the bare minimum. We want someone who can also say, oh, this is something else I found, or this is a bit of research I've also found and I think might be interesting. So yeah, just a real self-motivating attitude, I think is really important.
That's awesome. Thank you. The screen shifted.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Rebecca, you have a question. Would you like to unmute? Thank you.
Hi, yeah, sorry, I'm not going to put my camera on because I've got COVID at the moment and I'm wrapped up in my dressing gown.
Oh, sorry to hear that. But thank you for joining us anyway.
That's okay. I think it's just, I might have missed this at the start, but sort of like a day-to-day run through of what the role would entail. I know it's quite difficult with events, and I'm in marketing at the moment, it's all quite different, but if there's sort of what the key points of the role would actually entail.
The projects we have are incredibly diverse. So an example of one of my days last week, it was walking around industrial estates of northwest London, identifying areas that we can create public artworks in. Then speaking to suppliers, whether they're printers or whether they are fabricators for sculpture, and talking through ideas and making those ideas come to life. So that could be day one. Maybe the next day I'm going to an art exhibition or a degree show and I'm meeting designers with a view to spotting new talent, that maybe we can take the new talent and they can design the artworks for the project that I went to see yesterday. Another example might be, we created a Halloween party for Cartoon Network for their sales division. So that's looking for locations in this case it was central London, but it could be anywhere in the UK, actually anywhere in Europe, putting together a list of locations, contacting those locations, finding out if they're available, how much they cost, and basically building a party and coming up with ideas for content for that party and then reporting back to our clients. So the role is incredibly diverse, and to that point, it's actually quite hard to say how a typical day would look, because our days are, probably quite bonkers, I think.
Yeah, agreed. So just to add, so for example, one day I might be, like, for example, on Monday, I'll be in Swansea, doing a site recce, taking measurements, etc. The following day, I might be, touching base or researching different suppliers. As you know, with everything that's happened in terms of lockdown, some suppliers might have changed, so it's just touching base with people. Another thing might be venue sourcing as well, for example. So just looking at different venues for the events that we've got on at the moment and what we could different places they can be held. But then it also could be more logistics, for example, booking hotels, devising routes, etc. So they are so different each day. As much as you have a plan, it can change slightly, and the length and breadth of the things we do, it's really tricky. I think we try to shoehorn as much as possible what your day may look like in the bullet points, but it's quite difficult to say when an exact day for you might look like.
So I think if you were to join us, you would just have to feel kind of, I'd say, come to us with a sort of open mind and an open heart, really, because it will definitely be an interesting ride, and probably not very conventional.
That's ideal. Thank you. Yeah, that's great.
Just to add as well, sorry, I don't think we've mentioned this before, but this role is likely to be less of a full-time 9 to 5 position. It's more of a 3 days a week. But we're, as we're saying, flexible. We don't want to hinder anybody's creativity. A lot of the people that we work with in terms of freelancers might have like a side project that they have, or a side hustle. So the idea is that we're flexible in terms of the timings and the days as well that you guys will work.
Thank you for clarifying that, Lana. That's really useful, because some people here in the room have been here with us throughout the day, and we've been looking and talking about all of these different roles, and some of them definitely are full-time for the fixed period, and that unfortunately can't be as flexible. But to hear that this is the alternate part-time, and that flexibility is really good to know. And also, worth to reiterate to anyone who perhaps hasn't been with us for the duration, that StoryTrails will be in 15 locations around the world. And you said Swansea, which is one of them. Around the world, sorry, around the country. Yeah, around the UK. And so, that's really what the produce will be doing is working in each of those 15 locations. So am I right in thinking that there would be a need to travel to those locations?
I think for this role, I think it might be finished prior to us going live. So we go live on the 1st of July. But there might be, yes, to answer your question correctly, yes, we are doing site recce's now, but there will probably be another chance to go and visit some of these locations.
So this role is much more in the pre-production phase towards this, rather than actually being there sort of on the day as things go live. Not that you're not invited to actually come down and experience the things. I mean, you're going to want to after investing so much time and energy into it. I had another question that was, no, it's just fallen out of my head. Maybe it'll come back in a moment. Keith, you have your hand raised. Would you like to unmute and ask your question? Just going to need you to unmute. There we go. Thank you.
Where are Produce UK based, and where are they? I realise I can drive, but not everybody drives. You see, I know, and they use train and public transport. So that's an issue for some people, I would imagine.
Thank you for that question, Keith. That is actually just reminded me of what my question was, and it was, yeah, where are you based? Is this role remote at a specific location, or a hybrid of the two? Thanks, Keith.
The role is remote, but we would aim to meet once a fortnight in real life, and that would either be probably in central London or at the StoryFutures Royal Holloway studios, workshops and offices. So we would aim to kind of do as much face-to-face contact as possible, but it's very much based. I'm in my kitchen. It's that kind of role.
Yeah, that's right. So we do mostly work remotely anyway. And another reason why it would be good to work remotely is that we can, we could get someone from Scotland, for example, or someone from central London. We don't want to limit the applicants. But yeah, as Catherine said, every fortnight we try and meet regularly, but we also do like regular Zooms as well, so you would never feel like you're left alone. We make sure we're around for you guys.
Thank you. Apologies, my dog's woken up and needs to tell the entire neighborhood about it. Does anybody else have any other questions, either about produce or about this role and how it relates to StoryTrails in particular? No. So I just want to reiterate. Just trying to see how recently we've done it. We've got could you put the link for the applications in again, please, Laura? So deadline to apply is Monday, the 22nd, coming Monday at 5 p.m. On the dot. The applications are not too arduous or too long. I was trying to click buttons while I'm looking. You'll probably know this. The dates for this role, you did tell me the end date. So this is a 3 to 4 month part-time role, starting in around April and ending in around July time.
That's correct. So we'll be starting just as the training starts. So when StoryTrails training starts in the Royal Holloway offices, the following week is when you can start with us.
Fantastic. So that would be included in it. Something we haven't talked an awful lot about today, but yeah, the training, we'll be holding remote and in-person training sessions, and a lot of that will be to introduce people to the world of immersive and what it is that we do in both immersive storytelling and for StoryTrails. Because we're not expecting people to necessarily have come from immersive, and very much what we do here at StoryFutures and StoryFutures Academy is to train and upskill and get people fully versed in how to use creative technology in storytelling. Hi, Maria, I can see you've got your hand raised. Would you like to unmute and ask a question?
Yeah, hi. I was on some of the sessions previously. So you are going to set up the way the space that we are going to be walking or traveling with the whole stories, yeah? So when people are with their mobiles walking about, you're going to create the wall around them, or am I confusing myself the two things?
So the one element is the augmented reality story trails, and the objects and assets that's created in the AR app. It's not physical. However, what Produce will be doing is creating almost a carnival feel around the launch of the story trails, which will be on tour. So they will be going to different regions, and as you can see from the deck, the sort of events and celebration they do in public spaces is the part that will be happening there.
Okay, so yeah, I get it. So the event it changed in every city, but the event itself, will it have as well the participants, so the audience or whatever, doing the trail as well, or it's just a celebration or something happening? Is it like a then you go and do the trail, or is just do the trail and then reconvene in this spot? Or can you explain a little bit what, I know that you will change your minds from here to July, and I just trying to understand what is behind your brains a little bit.
Yes, of course. So as we mentioned, the venue itself will be the libraries in each of these locations. So when people first arrive, they will see one of our kind of branded vehicles with our promotional staff welcoming people in and wayfinding signage. They'll be invited inside the library to do our VR experiences. As you mentioned, Maria, thank you. It probably will change slightly between now and July, but as it stands, they'll be invited to use one of 9 VR experiences, and also see watch some of the footage that's been gathered in the workshops, as well as some other content in it as well, which I can't actually mention at this stage. And then once they finish the experience inside the library, they'll then be invited outside to do the trails, as you've mentioned. So most people might want to do the trails by themselves, think of like your kind of Pokemon Go experience, but some people might need a bit of help. And that's where we come in again with our ambassadors and our performers. So we'll do some guided trails as well, to take some people on the trail itself. I think that answers your question. Is that okay? Oh, I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry, it was just to say that it does. I cannot have the 2 for some reason. Anyway, but yeah, thank you. Yeah, it does answer. Thank you very much.
Oh, brilliant.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Catherine and Lana as well. Does anybody have any final questions or anything that they would like to put to Catherine and Lana about the role with Produce right now? Laura will just pop in the email address again for, if you think of any other questions after you've left us today, and we will do our best to get them answered for you before the end of the application, or the application deadline, which is Monday at 5 p.m. So we do encourage you to put in your applications for this role, because it's going to be really fun. And as you see, this is a really exciting, creative, and very sort of like diverse role, where you're going to be get the opportunity to do many different things. So thank you, Lana, and thank you, Catherine, so much. It was a pleasure having you here.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have one more session left for today. We are going to be joined by Uplands TV, who are looking for TV researchers with specific experience in archive factual. Sorry.
Shall we just put everyone in the waiting room quickly? So some I can see to join, but thank you, Catherine and Lana. Thank you very much. We're just going to put the rest of you in the waiting room and just do a little briefing. All right, thank you.
Welcome back, or welcome and welcome back. I'm just going to give a second for people to connect to audio. Thank you for joining us. Back in the room, we have James Bennett is here, and he's going to give us an overview of StoryTrails and the project. I can see that some of you have been with us for the day. Some of you were here with us earlier and have come back, and some of you are new, which is great. We will then be chatting to Mary Crisp and Rain Chapman from Uplands TV, who are looking for TV researchers with specific experience in factual and history film or TV. So James, I'll hand it over to you so you can give us an introduction to StoryTrails. Thank you.
Thanks, Grace. Hi, I'm Professor James Bennett. I am the Director of StoryFutures and of the StoryTrails project. I'm here to give you that quick overview. Let me just quickly just set out what other people are here to do so that you know who's doing what. So Mary and Rain are here to talk about what it will be like working with Uplands as part of the project. Uplands, as part of the StoryTrails project, are making a feature-length documentary film, which is super exciting, based on our overall theme of telling history where it happened and immersing ourselves in our past in new ways. And they're here to talk about that exciting opportunity with Uplands. Grace is here as our wonderful producer at StoryFutures Academy, and her role will be to answer any questions about how placements work, how StoryFutures works with a placement company like Uplands to ensure that you've got a mentoring environment, how contracts might work, all that kind of stuff. And the brilliant Laura, who's been here all day driving our webinar to make sure we stay on time, on course, and cover the key things. And I'm here if you need to ask any questions about the overall StoryTrails project. Many of you have heard this video before, but we're going to play it for the new people into the room. Martin Green, who's the director of the Unboxed project, who have commissioned StoryTrails to be part of a Festival of UK Creativity next year. That festival will bring 10 large-scale projects together to celebrate UK creativity. And for the StoryTrails project, as Martin sets out, sorry, everything's pinging on my screen. As Martin sets out, our project is about immersing ourselves in history, but also, crucially, our project can't happen without you, because we're all about developing 50 new careers, 50 emerging creatives to change the face of the UK's creative industries. But I'll hand over to Laura, who's going to hand over to Martin on the video.
StoryTrails will bring together augmented reality, new developments in 3D internet technology, and young creatives to shape one of the most ambitious people's history and archive projects ever undertaken. StoryTrails is a unique storytelling experience that will bring to life untold stories from the past, stories of belonging, and stories that will reanimate our public spaces, seeking to inspire a UK-wide conversation about who we are and where we're going. Town squares, local libraries, streets and cinemas will be transformed into virtual portals through which to explore stories of historical change in 15 locations across the UK in 2022, and of course through broadcast and digitally. The StoryTrails creative team will work closely with communities in each of the towns to uncover unknown, surprising and intriguing stories from the past. Today, the StoryTrails team begins recruiting 50 paid people from the next generation of UK creative talent who will work closely with individuals and communities to unearth the hidden stories of each city and town. And you can find out more again on unboxed2022.uk. StoryTrails is led by StoryFutures Academy, the UK's National Centre for Immersive Storytelling, which is part of Royal Holloway, University of London, and the National Film and Television School. It's delivered in partnership with the British Film Institute, broadcaster and filmmaker David Olusoga, Uplands Television and leading immersive specialist ISODESIGN and Nexus Studios, and like so much of our programme, the BBC. It will be brought to life in the Reading Agency's national network of libraries and by event-making specialist Produce UK.
There's, oh mate, Deborah, you have seen that about 100 times today. but it does give a good overview. So I think we're going to hand over to Mary and Rain now. If you could introduce us to Uplands TV and what your part is as a partner in StoryTrails. Thank you.
Okay, hi, shall I start? My name's Mary Crisp. I'm the executive producer of this amazing 90-minute feature doc. I think I'm a freelancer, so I've actually not been on the project very long. Rain, however, is Upland through and through. So so maybe Rain, if you just sort of say a few words really about, you know, what Uplands is, and then I'll carry on about the project.
Sure, thanks, Mary. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so Uplands is a relatively new company. We've been going since 2017, and we kind of specialise in this area, basically social history, strong features, and kind of produce programs for BBC, Channel 4, Channel 5, and lots of international broadcasters such as the Smithsonian Channel and PBS as well. And that's kind of our kind of specialism, basically, is kind of this area. Mary, back to you.
Great. And now the film itself is intended both for the BBC, so it will have a BBC broadcast, but it's also going to have a limited cinema release. So the BFI are going to organise distribution to cinemas. So really, it's a kind of hybrid of a very sort of big scale cinematic documentary with all the kind of really sort of dense storytelling that you might see in a TV history documentary. It's a story about one of Britain's oldest public spaces, and that's Covent Garden, the piazza and the streets around it. David Olusoga will feature not as a kind of conventional presenter, really more in a slightly different role for him, which is still being discussed, really. I think, I mean, very much in tune with the overall aims of the project. This is a film about people, and most of their stories haven't been told before. There's going to be a lot of new information, new history that we're uncovering, and just enormous range of characters, from, you know, Victorian orphaned flower sellers to sort of Indian aristocrats. We've got everybody so far. We're at the moment where we're at is that we are doing quite a lot of deep level history research to identify what the big stories, what the big themes are. And we don't go into production until next year. Just from the point of view of, I won't get into schedules, but our main block of filming will start in early April, and we go into the edit after that. And the idea is that we deliver this film in early September, ready for the London Film Festival in October, which is where it'll get its first viewing. And then I think later on down the line, possibly even as late as next spring, it'll get shown on the BBC. Team-wise, we're quite a small team, so me and Rain are on it. We've got an assistant producer now who's working on the history, and a few other people still to be hired. So we've got, you know, people like production managers looking after the money, coordinators organising logistics, a producer who will be kind of managing the relationships with everybody in Covent Garden, and casting people basically who live and work there now. And there will be a part-time archive producer. So the role itself, hopefully you've had a chance to actually see and read the listing, but we are looking for a really solid history person who can help us out with this deep dive history research. So if you had experience with, you know, digging in local archives, if you've done your own family history, if you know sort of where to find obscure autobiographies of Victorian people in local libraries, that's all music to my ears. Equally, if you maybe have a background in historic film or photographs, and you're able to help out our archive producer with you know, sourcing that material. And it's not just the obvious thing you might think for a film. I mean, sometimes we're digging up really old texts and they might be from the 1820s. And so when I use the term archive, it's really, really loose. Our sources are coming from all over the place. And obviously with any TV production, it's always, you know, pretty hectic and you're spread fairly thinly. So it really needs someone with a willingness to help out with whatever's needed. And you may be contacting people who are going to end up on screen. You may be sourcing great history experts. You may be sourcing people with specific niche interests to appear on screen. You could be doing all kinds of jobs. I think it's very, very varied. And I think the great thing about it is that we're looking for somebody who can cover, who can start quite early on in the new year, in early February, when we're really gearing up, sort of still scripting and thinking about what the content might be. So that, and working all the way through the shoot. So that's to say, attending the shoots, you know, sometimes helping out buying people's coffee and you know, sorting out the spare change and collecting props from wherever, and then actually staying through the edit, because we are going to be using quite a lot of kind of graphics and VR technology, which will need a lot of source material finding for it. So there's a lot of work to do on that. And also just on fact checking, whenever you make history, you've got to double check everything. So we need someone who's really into the detail, who's really not afraid to kind of to dig down and yeah, and find things that are sometimes very, very difficult to source. What I would say is that the support will be very good. So we have people with a background in this kind of work. We've got an assistant producer who's just going to be in charge of the history. We've got an archive producer whose sole role, although it's part-time, is to work with the BFI to find, you know, great film, to find sort of Victorian photographs from obscure places and so on. So those people will be overseeing, as will I, as will the director. The director will have the overall creative vision. This person hasn't been confirmed yet, so to some extent there are lots of questions about style which I won't be able to answer here because that's not my decision to make. I'm here to enable everyone else really to do their best work. So many of those creative decisions will be made early in the new year when the director joins us. So so I would ask you not to ask me about sort of specifics on style and so on, but I'm happy to answer everything else. Yeah, and it's a 16-week contract starting around about 7th of February. Again, if you know you want a bit of flex on that, I'm happy to talk. It's really about finding the right person. So is that enough for you?
Thank you, Mary. That's a really great overview. Could I just get you to clarify? Did you say 16? 16?
16.
Yeah. I was like 60 sounds a bit much. Yes. So what it would be great to hear. I mean, if you have any questions, please either put them in the chat or do raise your hand. So over 16 weeks, there is some flexibility for full-time or part-time work, or will it all be full-time?
It would be great. I think during the shoot, it's all hands on deck, but otherwise there's absolutely, I mean, I like to offer flexible working where possible. I know people have commitments, they might have family, they might have sort of caring responsibilities, whatever. So I'm really open to that. Yeah.
Super. And can you tell us where Uplands is based? Sorry if I missed that. And is this role likely to be in person, remote? How much sort of touch time or contact time do you think there would be?
I think there's the opportunity for doing the majority of it remotely, but the problem with TV production is that, you know, it's difficult to keep, it's hard to kind of keep a grip of when everyone's working remotely. So my ideal scenario is to be able to attend sort of regular days in London just for production meetings and whatnot. The office is based in the Oval. It's quite a small office, so there's not actually room for everybody all the time anyway. So it would certainly be largely remote. And then the shoot itself is mostly in London, but not all. So some sort of willingness to travel would be really helpful.
Okay, that's great. So certainly we are open to applications from those who aren't necessarily living in London, so long as you're able to make some connection and be there for the shoot. With regards to this being a researcher role and TV researcher role, how much direct relevant experience are you looking for? Someone who has come straight from another TV research role? Or could they be doing research in other areas?
They could. I mean, I certainly think it's helpful, but I think if we kept it purely to that, then we're going to limit ourselves and also, you know, be seeing the same old faces. We're really, really keen to see people that might have experience. You might have experience in museums or in the heritage sector somewhere. I think there's lots and lots of overlap. I mean, so, for example, I also work on a program called A House Through Time, and the tools that use has a lot of crossover with people who understand genealogy. So people that can use Ancestry, who know where the digital sources are. So I would imagine there are lots and lots of really talented people actually working, and probably in the heritage museum sector who might have the right sort of skill set. And I would say, if you feel like you don't completely fit the bill, like you have, you tick half the boxes, I'm still keen to hear from you.
That's really good to hear. Because during outreach, I have had the question of, you know, do you need to have had archive experience, or, you know, can you have had experience or an understanding of using it without necessarily having direct archive experience for TV? So it's really good to hear that this role is open. And apology for the sound, my dog has gotten hold of my trainers. Keith, hi, you have a question. Would you like to unmute and ask your question? There we go.
Mary, was it?
Yes.
Hello, Mary, it's Keith here.
Hello.
I'm a local historian from Birmingham in the Black Country.
Yes.
And I recently was in the library of Birmingham researching the social history of Bourneville Rugby Club, which is part of the Cadbury Empire, if you know them, the Quakers from Birmingham.
I do indeed.
And I had to jump through hoops basically to get in there into the Woolston Centre. You get an ARA card, was in an Archives and Research Association card, which I've got. And also like you say, it's all on a lot of it's on microfiche, and you're thumbing through newspapers from the 1870s. The Birmingham Dispatch was one I was thumbing through, and the old Sports Argus, the Sporting Pink, doing some research into Bourneville Rugby Club, which I'm a member of. But I wanted to know, if I'm in Birmingham, what possible relevance does what's happening in Covent Garden have to me?
Well, because Covent Garden, as the research is showing, is somewhere that through its entire history has been connected with other places. I mean, you know, obviously it's a big fruit and vegetable and flower market for most of its life, and obviously that stuff doesn't come from London. That's been being sort of grown all over the country, coming in all over the country, and the people that live there. I mean, it's like London now, where like the majority of people don't actually come from there. We've got most people have connections either to other parts of Britain or more broadly to the rest of the empire. So yes, in a way, it's not just a story about that spot, but it's about who comes to it, and they come from all over the world, really.
As you say, Mary, you know, Birmingham trains would have taken fruit from the Vale of Evesham down to Covent Garden, plums and strawberries and all that sort of thing. And you know, the Victorian Railway boom was a boon to the Covent Garden area in London in general, really, wasn't it? Which drove it, I think.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for Uplands relating to this role? I think the thing is you gave a really good, I wrote a bunch of questions down and you've already answered them. You've probably yeah, you've had them all. Can you tell us a bit more about the team? So I know you're going to have an archive producer. Who will this person, the TV researcher role, who will they be working with? Yes. And what will the communication be like between them and particularly the person they will be working most closely with?
Yeah, of course. I mean, being a small team, I think the advantage is that everyone really knows everyone else's business. And I think in this case, that's a good thing. So I will be overseeing the whole team. So whoever person is will have a certain amount of contact with me and I'll be checking up. And that's also true with the production manager. The production manager is dealing with all the kind of the budgets and the money, but also with managing people. So that person is more there as a kind of, sort of mentor role, really. But I think the direct oversight in terms of the actual research, there'll be two important people. The first one is the assistant producer, who will have done the early history research and will know what needs doing and how to go about it. And then the other person is our archive producer, who is just dealing with sourcing film and photos and other bits of archive and dealing with the copyright and licensing. So those two people, I think, are the key relationships.
Okay, that's that's good to know, because I think especially with Mimi has to pop off. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you do pop in an application. Yes, the IP and the rights relating to archive material is something that perhaps can be a bit daunting because it is such a big project, but knowing that you're going to have someone in place specifically for that role, that's really interesting as well, because there's a lot that can be gained there through that, through working with that person. And so yeah, that's sounds really beneficial to be able to get that experience and that insight as well. The other question I had was, so a lot of the roles that we have been looking at today and across the board on these partner placements have required quite often specific technical skills, but with this one, am I right in thinking that probably one of the key skill that you're going to need is research and attention to detail, as you mentioned. Are there any other technical skills that might be needed, or is it writing that is
I think writing is really helpful. I mean, so much of our work is writing, so you need to be able to not just find this information, but be able to interpret it and express it in such a way that it's useful to the team. I mean, nobody has time to read a 20-page thesis. You have to be able to write, to boil down crucial information into small, clear, expressive writing. And technically, I think apart from basic IT skills, and you probably will have a few Excel spreadsheets on the go, but that's about as technical as it gets, really.
Super. And yeah, certainly Excel for research purposes is not the same as having to do all the magic whiz bang stuff for budgeting and things like that.
Tables.
Yeah. Lucia is having to head off as well, but thank you for joining us, and I hope you also pop in an application or find a role that is suitable for you. And I have to say that hearing that you like things in bullet points and put succinctly certainly appeals to me as a dyslexic who can get a bit anxious about big bodies of text. But and that's something that I think is worth mentioning as well. We are really keen to get applications from as broad and wide a selection of people as well. So, if you do have a disability, or if you are neurodiverse in any way, we do also encourage applications from you, and we'll be able to support you in that as well, because it's good to have lots of different types of brains. Annie, I hope I pronounced that right, but correct me if I'm wrong. You have a question, would you like to unmute?
Hi, sorry for the last minute question, but I noticed that other roles in this scheme has lots of context or opportunities with learning like new interactive media. Is this role also include these aspects of training or skills, or is it more going to the sourcing and just researching direction?
It's the second one of those, Annie. It's there will be a certain amount of new technology in use, but that will be more around the camera work and at a production level that wouldn't. Yeah, so not really for this role actually. So it's really around the kind of archive research, writing, production support, and the use of that technology will be more for the camera department.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. Thank you.
So this is, yeah, as Mary says, this is perhaps the most traditional aspect of the entire project. And however, we will we'll be hosting training sessions for the entire 50 cohort of new roles that we'll be bringing in. Some of that will be in person and some of that will be remote, but we will be inviting everyone who comes on board to join us in that. And I think James could probably tell us a bit more about what that training is going to involve. I would say a good old introduction to immersive. Yes.
Yeah,
as well as maybe some hands-on. Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as part of the training course, we'll get an introduction to immersive and some hands-on skills with working with the latest scanning technologies and mapping out spatial storytelling. So even though you won't put those skills, test those skills in anger on the production role, you'll get those skills as something that to sort of think about your future career options.
Thank you, James. Yeah, so that's something that we specialize here in the StoryFutures Academy, is upskilling and training people in new immersive creative technologies. Sorry, I just got distracted by the dog. And so we are experts at that. And we have, for the past 3 years, been running a lot of training sessions and boot camps. And we really know how to introduce you and immerse you into this immersive world. So even though this is perhaps the most traditional aspect of the project, there's going to be opportunity for you to gain some training and have fun with those elements of immersive as well. And of course, it's going to be part of this big wider project. There we go. Over 2,000 people we've trained in the last 3 years. That's a lot. So we're going to make it 2,050, if not a few more. I'm sure we can squeeze in some. Do we have any other questions? Well, we have Mary and Rain here, either about the project, the film, but not the style, the team, or how it connects. Okay. What I'm going to do is ask Laura to just drop into the chat again the FAQ sheet in case you'd like to go back to it, and our email address just in case you have any other questions or anything else comes up here. Actually, I have a thought that this, I mean, it's probably going to be a bit of an obvious statement rather than a question, but I have been doing some outreach around this role, and someone had asked whether it would be useful or beneficial if anyone has got experience, particularly in the area of research around the themes that we are having. So within the 15 locations, we are going to be covering themes around class, race, community, health. I'm going to ask Laura to copy and paste them in because I can't remember off the top of my head. If someone has some experience in one or other of those fields, is that going to be a benefit in this particular role?
I mean, those themes will definitely play a part in the stories, but it's difficult to say at this stage how, and obviously it really depends what the experience is. So I would say a sort of tentative maybe.
That's fair enough. Thank you. To what was also a Willy question. So yeah, the applications for this role and for all of the other placement opportunities is Monday the 22nd at 5 p.m. The applications will close bang on 5 o'clock. So please make sure you have given yourself enough time to put that application together. Sorry, someone started drilling outside my door, outside of my house, and so my brain has slightly gone to a melt. Yeah, I think unless anyone has any other questions, you can get in touch with us via StoryFutures at rhul.ac.uk. And we will try and get back to you as soon as possible before the application deadlines. If you think that anyone else might be interested in these roles, then please do point them in our direction to both the StoryTrails website to get some more context about the project, or to StoryFutures/Academy for the skills StoryTrails partner placement roles. Yeah, and so I think other than that, I'd just like to say a massive thank you to Mary and to Rain for joining us, and also thank you to Laura, who has been absolutely solid and amazing help here today. And thank you to James for coming in and
great. So thank you to you. You've been a wonderful webinar discussant all day. You've looked after all these people brilliantly. So thank you. Take a rest now.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm starting to go a little bit loopy now. So appreciate your patience, everyone that's been here all day.
We look forward to your applications.
Yes, please come and join us because we're awesome. This is awesome. It's just going to be so great, and we want everyone to come in and join us because I mean it's going to be so cool. So thank you all.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.